Chapter 1. Why most people are overweight. Have you ever heard the adage, your health is your wealth? In 1860, the famous American philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote, "The first wealth is health." I couldn't agree more. When we really start to think about it, healthy people truly are wealthy people. Sure, they may not display some of the status symbols that financially wealthy people display, like a big bank account, huge mansion, or fancy expensive cars. But most healthy people have a longer life expectancy, enjoy a much better quality of life, have more energy, can work harder, smarter, and longer, make more money, travel easier, have much lower medical costs, can get more out of life, and so on. Unfortunately, when it comes to health, many Americans are poor, not wealthy. Let's face it, there's a very good reason why the weight loss services industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Millions of people in the U.S. have a vested interest in losing weight. Excess weight is often unsightly, causes a litany of health problems, and can lower your self-esteem. With so much easy access to food and a lack of opportunities to exercise, many people have experienced weight gain to some degree or another and find it hard to shed the excess pounds. While it may be difficult at times, there are still many ways to lose those extra pounds. If you've ever tried to lose weight, you've probably come across a long list of intricate and extravagant weight loss plans found on the internet, TV, and in magazines. But the truth is, the most effective form of weight loss is simply to count calories. If you're in need of information on exactly how counting calories works and how you can use it to lose weight and get slim fast, you've definitely come to the right place. Before we dive into how to lose weight by keeping track of your calories, let's find out what causes people to gain weight and get fat in the first place. Excess weight is a serious problem in the United States. Obesity is a huge problem, no pun intended, in the United States today, with almost half, 42.4% of all Americans reaching the medical threshold for this serious condition. This trend has only increased over the past several years, with attempts at curtailing it by government bodies and public interest organizations garnering lackluster results. As obesity is related to a considerable number of serious health issues, such as medical problems and financial strain, it's become a hot-button topic that's hard to ignore. Why is obesity so common? One of the biggest questions people have is how obesity has become such a significant problem, especially in the United States. Weight has always been a concern for people in one form or another, but the past several decades have seen an exponential boom in the number of people who suffer from the effects of being overweight. There are many complex reasons for this trend in obesity, but most of it can be explained by lifestyle changes seen in the modern world. Historically, food was relatively expensive and constant exercise was the norm. People ate sparingly, worked largely physical jobs, walked most places, did chores without the help of appliances, and engaged in physical activities for entertainment. Nowadays, food is cheap and plentiful, especially fast food and junk food, and exercise for the most part has become completely optional for most people. Junk food, including most forms of fast food, is easily available pretty much all the time, and most people's jobs don't require them to engage in physical activity very much. In fact, for the majority of people, sitting down or light walking forms the basis of their daily working conditions. Similarly, entertainment is usually relegated to electronics, like phones, computers, televisions, and video game systems, which don't provide much of a physical component to them. Much of this issue is compounded by the ingredients in the food people are eating. Eating a diet laden with processed foods is the norm, and such foods are designed to be addictive by nature. They contain high amounts of simple carbohydrates, sugars and artificial sweeteners, sodium, and saturated fats that our bodies crave, but should only be eaten in moderation. Since processed foods can be found pretty much everywhere, require little preparation, and are affordable, the result is chronic overeating by most people. These foods form the basis of the standard American diet, also known as SAD, or the SAD diet, which is the name given to the collective foods eaten by everyday Americans. These foods include chips, candy, white bread, processed meats, snack cakes, fried foods, sodas, fruit juices, highly processed dairy, refined oils. Further exacerbating this problem is changes in our working conditions. Single-parent households and households where both parents work have become incredibly common nowadays, with more people working more hours with fewer days off. This makes cooking healthy, delicious meals a difficult, tiring process that ends up becoming no more than an afterthought for most people. Processed foods are often opted for instead, not only affecting the health of working adults, but their children's health as well. In an unfortunate and ironic sense, efforts to curb obesity have also made it worse for certain people. Specifically, the increase in people advocating for eating healthy has led to the general association of healthy foods with weight management. However, weight largely has to do with the amount of calories consumed. So people tend to overeat nutritious foods with the false belief that they won't gain weight. This last point is incredibly important to understand because it illustrates the fact that weight is fundamentally the result of calories consumed rather than the types of food being eaten. Still not convinced? What if I told you that a university professor put this theory to the test by using himself as his own human guinea pig? In 2010, Mark Halb, a human nutrition professor at Kansas State University, decided to see if he could lose weight over a 10-week period by eating junk food almost exclusively. His diet primarily consisted of snack cakes, cookies, and chips, such as Twinkies, Doritos, Little Debbie snacks, Oreo cookies, powdered donuts, and some sugary breakfast cereal for added variety, with a small amount of vitamins, a protein shake, and low-calorie vegetables, such as a can of green beans, and 4 celery stalks, to keep his health up, of course. Limiting his food intake to 1,800 calories a day by consuming 800 calories less than what he needed to maintain his weight every day for a man his size, Mark Halb ended up losing 27 pounds over those 10 weeks, despite eating a lackluster diet. Just let that sink in for a second. Mark lost an average of 2.7 pounds per week, eating mostly junk food. Besides just losing weight, his general health actually improved as well. His body fat and cholesterol levels both decreased after his diet, even though he ate mostly sugar and fat, proving that consuming sugar and fat does not raise your cholesterol. His bad cholesterol, or LDL, dropped by 20%, and his HDL cholesterol, which is the good cholesterol, actually increased by 20%. The level of triglycerides in his body, a form of fat, decreased by a whopping 39%. His body mass index, or BMI, even decreased from 28.8, which is considered overweight, to 24.9, which is considered normal. His body fat went from 33.4% down to 24.9%. No matter how you slice it and dice it, losing weight all comes down to simple mathematics. Consume less calories than you burn, and you'll lose weight. Period. It's that simple. Before going on his experimental diet, Mark tried eating a very healthy diet that consisted of whole grains, fruits, vegetables, and dietary fiber. Occasionally, he would treat himself to a pizza. One thing to note is that Mark Halb was quoted as saying, "There seems to be a disconnect between eating healthy and being healthy. It may not be the same. I was eating healthier, but I wasn't healthy. I was eating too much." Did you catch that? Even though he was eating healthy, Mark was eating too much. Just more proof that losing weight and keeping it off long term really does come down to calories in versus calories out. How to tell if you're overweight? According to HealthWine, approximately 31% of American adults are overweight, while 42% of American adults are obese. More than 44% of American adults between the ages of 40 and 59 are obese. The terms overweight and obese are often used interchangeably, and while they are similar, They're still very distinct classifications. The difference between the two largely has to do with the body mass index, or BMI for short. The BMI is a measure of how much someone weighs in relation to their height to determine if their levels of body fat are within a healthy range. BMI numbers for a healthy individual range from 18.9 to 24.9. Individuals who score between 25 and 29.9 are considered overweight, and individuals who score 30 or greater are considered obese. When someone is overweight, they're likely to experience some negative health symptoms, but can still function normally. When someone is obese, they are overweight to such an extent that serious health complications begin to develop, which can lead to a long list of chronic diseases associated with decreased life expectancy and a lower quality of life. If you're interested in determining if you're overweight or obese, you can use an online BMI calculator to help you out. Simply type your weight and height into the calculator, and it will show you what your body mass index is and the BMI ranges you should be aiming for. The health consequences of being overweight. Excess weight is extremely bad for your health and can lead to a slew of medical problems associated with high levels of morbidity. A fairly common side effect of obesity is a medical condition known as metabolic syndrome. This is a catch-all term for factors that frequently lead to strokes, heart disease, fatty liver disease, cancer, and diabetes. It can include a whole host of biochemical and physiological abnormalities, including high blood sugar, high LDL cholesterol, and high blood pressure. Metabolic syndrome is not only the root cause of several major medical disorders, but can be detrimental to your health in general. According to the American Heart Association, roughly 47 million Americans, or 1 in 6 people, suffer from this dangerous medical condition. To make matters worse, the risk of developing metabolic syndrome increases as you age. Chronic weight problems also lead to a condition called fatty liver disease. Typically, fatty liver is a problem seen in people who suffer from alcoholism, but among obese individuals is quite common. The effects of fatty liver disease vary from person to person, but it can often cause cirrhosis, scar tissue buildup of the liver, and even liver failure. Obesity has also been linked to a large number of cancers. Excess body fat, especially visceral fat, can affect how your body manages certain hormones, like insulin and estrogen. Too much visceral fat can also lead to chronic inflammation throughout your body. Cancer cells are actually fairly normal for most people, but they're often quickly removed by the body's immune system to prevent them from ballooning out of control. In obese individuals, though, this process is often compromised, leading to an increase in certain types of cancer, namely colon, liver, and pancreatic cancers. However, the two most common health problems related to obesity are heart disease and type 2 diabetes. More than 80% of heart disease patients that are treated are considered obese, and heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. Heart disease causes a wide range of symptoms, including heart attacks, infections, and degradation of the heart muscle. Type 2 diabetes is a similarly damaging condition which affects over 27 million people. The condition is characterized by something called insulin resistance, which is when the body's cells have a difficult time absorbing glucose using insulin. This results in excess sugar manifesting throughout the body, leading to cardiovascular, nerve, and limb damage. Chronic high blood sugar levels have been found to cause a condition known as diabetic neuropathy, in which the nerves become damaged and don't function like they should. Half of all people with diabetes suffer from some form of nerve damage. Why eating too much is problematic in general. There's a lot of discussion in the medical community about the dangerous effects obesity has on health, but the results of calorie consumption extend way beyond that. Many scientific studies have been conducted on the topic of how calorie reduction impacts long-term health, and it appears as if people who consume fewer calories over their lifetime actually live longer than people who don't. Lifelong dietary studies involving humans are difficult to produce due to our extremely long lifespans. However, shorter-term studies, lasting only a couple of years, have revealed a lot of information regarding the effects calorie consumption has on health. In one often referenced study, 34 participants around 40 years of age reduced their average calorie intake by 15% over a 2-year period. When examined, almost all of the participants experienced weight loss, lower blood pressure, decreased insulin resistance, an increase in healthy cholesterol, a decrease in bad cholesterol, and a decreased cancer risk. The most promising trends can be seen in trials involving rhesus monkeys, though. Rhesus monkeys are very similar genetically to humans and have lifespans that typically last a couple of decades, making them very good research subjects for human-related topics. Rhesus monkeys that eat 30% less than their counterparts but still maintain optimal nutrition tend to live much longer, look younger, and die much less frequently from age-related diseases. In fact, 3 times fewer monkeys who experience lifelong calorie restriction die from age-related causes than those that don't. What this can tell us about calorie consumption is that decreased calorie intake, which still manages to meet minimum nutrient requirements, is associated with better health outcomes and potentially longer lifespans. The reasons for this trend are often speculative, but it's been suggested that having fewer calories at their disposal forces human metabolisms to operate much more efficiently, leading to a similar effect on the body as habitual exercise. This improves cell function and encourages genes to be expressed that promote longevity. Chapter 2, Calories. When people mention calories on a day-to-day level, they're most often talking about kilocalories. In many countries around the world, nutrition labels display kilocalories to describe the amount of energy a type of food contains. However, in the United States, the term kilocalories has been shortened to just calories. In scientific terms, a kilocalorie is the amount of energy it takes to raise the temperature of 1 liter of water 1 degree Celsius at sea level. While often used to reference food, calories can be found in pretty much anything that has carbon-based molecules, such as gasoline or wood. As humans require energy for their cells to function, consuming calories is an incredibly important part of day-to-day life. Sources of energy we are able to metabolize are labeled as food, and there's a certain minimum amount required to function properly, while an excess amount of food can lead to a multitude of health problems, most of them related to fat storage and glucose distribution. When taking into account how fat is affected by calorie consumption, a pound of pure body fat is about 4,100 calories. But for most people, a pound of adipose tissue, which are the cells that hold fat, contains about 3,500 calories, since adipose tissue also contains fluids and protein in addition to fat. This means that whenever you burn 3,500 calories, you actually lose around 1 pound of body fat. Not all calories are the same. Not all calories are created equal. Some exist in forms that are better for you nutritionally and are better for weight management than others. More specifically, there's a big difference between solid calories and liquid calories. Solid calories are calories found in foods that require a significant effort to break down mechanically and chemically. These foods consist of things like fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, meats, cheeses, and, of course, solid processed foods, and require you to break them down substantially using your teeth, jaw muscles, and digestive enzymes. On the other hand, liquid calories are calories that are already in an easily digestible state when you consume them. Obviously, most liquid calories exist in the form of drinks. Why this distinction is important is that hunger is largely fueled by whether or not you're actively digesting food at a particular time. The amount of solid calories and liquid calories you consume can be completely identical, but the consumption of solid calories will end up keeping you fuller longer, allowing for much better weight control. Also, while there are some exceptions, liquid calories consist almost exclusively of sugars or artificial sweeteners as the primary nutrient. Increased sugar intake is associated with weight gain, and sugars are very easily broken down, leading to satiation that lasts for a much shorter duration when compared to solid food. Also, keep in mind that liquid calories can be incorporated into meals containing solid food with ease, potentially turning a 700-calorie lunch into 1,000 calories or more. Calories are primarily found in 3 different classes of macronutrients: proteins, fats, and carbohydrates. Each has their own health benefits and nutritional profiles, with most healthy diets containing a good mix of the 3. Proteins are usually the most molecularly complex nutrient type and are very calorie dense. They're especially good at promoting satiety and are necessary for muscle building and recovery. Fats are similarly complex molecules, and contrary to popular belief, fat consumption doesn't have an increased tendency to lead to obesity due to the amount of energy needed to break down and process it. In fact, many people have had exceptional weight loss success using the keto diet as a tool for weight loss. The keto diet, also referred to as the ketogenic diet, requires you to get your daily calories from 70 to 80% healthy fats, 10 to 20% protein, and only 5 to 10% carbohydrates. As I mentioned earlier, I created a book on how to use the keto diet to lose weight faster. Be sure to check it out. Carbohydrates are the simplest type of macronutrient and can easily be broken down and absorbed by the body. They're useful for acquiring an immediate boost to energy levels, making them a good nutrient option before intense workouts. However, the simple structure of carbs also makes them easy to convert into stored body fat and raise your blood sugar levels, which comes with its own potential health issues. How calorie density affects weight loss. Did you know that studies have shown that people can freely eat foods that are 300 calories per pound and not gain weight? People can eat relatively large portions of foods that are 300 to 800 calories per pound and still lose weight or maintain their current weight. On the other hand, foods that are 800 to 1,800 calories per pound should be severely limited or avoided altogether if you're trying to lose weight, since these foods can easily lead to weight gain. This brings us to the subject of calorie density. Calorie density is an important concept to keep in mind when losing weight because it has a very significant influence on feelings of satiety and hunger. Calorie density is basically how many calories are jam-packed into a particular food item. Calorie density is simply the measure of the number of calories in a food relative to its weight. For instance, if you eat a pound of donuts, you'll consume over 2,000 calories. On the other hand, if you eat a pound of grapes, you'll only consume 300 calories. This makes the donuts a much more calorie-dense food. Another added benefit of reaching for the grapes instead of the donuts is that the grapes are high in both water and fiber, which means they'll take longer to digest, making you feel full longer on much fewer calories. Way to go, grapes! Another great example of a calorie-dense food is potato chips. An ounce of chips equals to about 2 handfuls. It's not a whole lot, is it? Guess what? You can eat 6 cups of air-popped popcorn and get the same number of calories as 1 cup of potato chips, making the popcorn the obvious choice if you're trying to lose weight. Plus, the air-popped popcorn has 2 to 3 times the amount of fiber as the potato chips, so you'll feel full longer, helping you to curb those hunger pangs until your next meal. Just be sure you're eating air-popped popcorn and not popcorn that was cooked in oil, since oil-popped popcorn contains a lot more calories. As I mentioned earlier, foods that aren't calorie-dense tend to have high levels of water and fiber, which ends up taking more time to digest but yields much fewer calories. Consumption of these foods make weight management incredibly easy, as they help prevent you from being hungry all the time and keep calorie consumption to a minimum. Many of these foods are also known for being nutrient-dense, which means that they contain a high level of vitamins and minerals relative to the amount of food being eaten. If you're doing a calorie-counting form of weight loss, you should try and focus on eating the following high-fiber, nutrient-dense foods: cabbage, broccoli, cauliflower, mushrooms, cucumbers, kale, lettuce, bell peppers, celery, eggplant, artichokes, spinach, tomatoes, pumpkin. Foods that are calorie dense, like most processed foods, oils, sugars, cheeses, seeds, and nuts, should be avoided, as they're very calorie dense. Eating these foods can make you feel less full and cause you to reach your daily calorie limit faster. Of course, nuts and seeds contain other nutritional benefits like protein, healthy fats, and amino acids. So having a handful of nuts or seeds as a quick snack is beneficial to your health. Just be careful of how many handfuls of nuts and seeds you consume, since they are very calorie dense. One of the most nutrient-dense, fiber-rich meals you can eat is a large salad with fresh green lettuce, sliced tomatoes, cucumbers, and onions, shredded carrots, black beans or chickpeas, and heart-healthy, light vinaigrette dressing. If you choose to put a creamy dressing on your salad instead of a vinaigrette dressing, just be careful how much you add, since creamy salad dressings are usually high in calories. Just one serving of Caesar salad dressing, equal to 2 tablespoons, contains 170 calories. You can also add a small handful of nuts or seeds for some extra protein and fiber. If you want even more protein with your salad, try adding some sliced chicken breast or steak, or a couple of hard-boiled eggs. Eating a large salad topped with fresh fruits and vegetables at lunchtime will help you feel full longer, so you can consume less calories at dinner time. Many people have had success losing weight by adding a veggie sub on whole wheat bread as well. Not only are the veggies nutrient-dense, allowing you to consume less calories and fat than a meat sub, but they're also packed full of vitamins and nutrients and are loaded with fiber, helping you to feel full longer. Plus, the whole wheat bread is also high in fiber, which will make you feel full longer as well. Just be careful what kinds of spread you put on the bread. Mayonnaise is high in saturated fat and calories, so a better alternative would be yellow mustard or spicy brown mustard, which have a lot less calories. If you decide to add deli meats and cheeses for protein, do so sparingly, as these can quickly increase the amount of calories you consume in one meal. One nutrient-dense food that is great for a quick, healthy snack are pickles, specifically cucumber pickles. Dill pickles contain only 4 to 5 calories per slice. Not only are they very low in calories, but cucumber pickles also contain a lot of vitamins and minerals, such as vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin K, riboflavin, thiamine, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, niacin, iron, magnesium, potassium, and phosphorus. Cucumber pickles are also high in beta-carotene, which is an antioxidant that has been shown to lower your risk of heart disease, stroke, cancer, respiratory disease, and other conditions. Cucumbers also contain a decent amount of fiber, and since the water content in cucumber pickles is very high, they help make you feel full longer. Plus, fermented pickles also contain vinegar. Vinegar has been shown to reduce appetite by slowing the rate at which your digestive system absorbs carbohydrates. This can help to keep your blood sugar stable, which helps reduce insulin spikes by keeping your insulin levels low, which in turn reduces the insulin drop that triggers hunger. This makes cucumber pickles a great snack alternative for people that have type 2 diabetes, as long as the pickles they eat don't contain any added sugars or sweeteners. Finally, since most cucumber pickles are fermented, they are high in probiotics, which means they're good for your gut. Having a healthy microbiome plays a major role in maintaining a healthy weight. Just be sure that you buy the cucumber pickles that are kept refrigerated if you want the probiotic benefits, since pickles that are not kept refrigerated are typically made with vinegar, which destroys most of their gut-healthy benefits. The spices of life. While nutrient-dense foods can help prevent you from feeling hungry all the time, some spices can have the same effect. Not only that, but certain herbs and spices have been shown to help you lose weight by speeding up your metabolism. Take cinnamon, for example. Not only is cinnamon high in fiber, but it also helps to boost your metabolism, since your body has to work harder and expend more energy to process this delicious spice. In fact, cinnamon has actually been shown to target the fat stored in the abdominal area, improving body metabolism. When it comes to type 2 diabetes, cinnamon has been shown to help lower and regulate blood sugar levels and help cells become more sensitive to the hormone insulin by carrying glucose from the blood into the cells so that it can be used for energy. Cinnamon is also high in antioxidants and contains anti-diabetic, anti-inflammatory, and antimicrobial properties. Thanks to the compounds cinnamaldehyde, cinnamate, and cinnamic acid found in this amazing spice. One trick I used to help me lose weight was to buy applesauce snack cups that contain no added sugars or artificial sweeteners and sprinkle lots of cinnamon onto the applesauce and mix it in and eat it for a healthy midday snack. I would also add lots of cinnamon to a bowl of butternut squash bisque or pumpkin bisque to help speed up my metabolism and feel full longer. Feel free to experiment with cinnamon by adding it to various foods and meals. Other spices and herbs that have been shown to help you lose weight are cayenne pepper, ginger, oregano, ginseng, turmeric, black pepper, cumin, cardamom, fenugreek. Most of these herbs and spices not only help your food taste better, they have other beneficial properties as well, like lowering cholesterol levels, lowering blood pressure, reducing inflammation, and more. I would encourage you to experiment with these various herbs and spices by adding them to your snacks and meals to aid in your weight loss. The importance of nutrition. Of course, calories aren't the only thing you should take into account when dieting. Nutrition is important too. Many foods which aren't calorie dense are healthy, but the reality is that optimal nutrition is only achieved through consuming a wide variety of foods of varying calorie densities. To keep yourself as healthy as possible, your diet should consist of 25% low-calorie dense foods, 25% high-calorie dense foods, and the vast majority of it, around 50%, should consist of foods that are moderately calorie dense. A good rule of thumb to go by at mealtime is that half your plate should have low-calorie dense, high-fiber, non-starchy vegetables on it, and the other half should have moderate calorie-dense foods that are high in protein. You can substitute the non-starchy vegetables for a green salad, as long as you don't drown it in high-calorie salad dressing and shredded cheese. Some good, moderately dense foods include fish, lean meats, bananas, brown rice, avocados, eggs, potatoes, beans, oatmeal, plain yogurt. Cooked oatmeal is an especially good, moderately dense food to eat, since it is very high in soluble fiber and will help you feel full longer than most other moderately dense foods. If you have a very busy schedule and don't have a lot of time to prepare your own healthy, low-calorie meals, there are some healthy, low-calorie meal options you can buy at the grocery store that are made with real food ingredients without added preservatives and chemicals. Not only do these meals come packaged in their own container that you can put in the microwave or oven freezer cooking, they're very affordable as well. You'll find them in the frozen food section. Two of the ones I recommend are Healthy Choice Cafe Steamers, Marie Callender's Frozen Meal Bowls. I recommend that you buy the ones that contain a good amount of protein. If you shop at Trader Joe's, another convenient, low-calorie option is Trader Joe's Butter Chicken with Basmati Rice. The entire meal is only 400 calories and contains 24 grams of lean protein. Plus, it contains the spices paprika and turmeric. Paprika has anti-obesity and appetite-suppressing properties, and turmeric aids weight loss by helping to regulate blood sugar levels and prevent insulin resistance. Both of these spices have a high thermic effect, which I go into greater detail about later on in this book. Chapter 3, Calorie Tracking. How many calories do you need to eat? Even though nutrition fact labels on the food we eat state that we should be eating a 2,000 calorie diet each day, exactly how many calories you should consume will be determined by a wide variety of factors. The biggest consideration is gender. The average man requires a substantially higher number of calories than the average woman due to major differences in body type and metabolism. On average, men require 2,500 calories every day, while women require 2,000 calories daily. However, this doesn't take age into account. When people are very young or very old, their calorie requirements are going to be much lower than people of average age. For girls aged 3 to 18, their calorie requirement steadily increases from 1,000 calories a day to 1,800, before leveling off at 2,000 calories at around age 20. For boys aged 3 to 18, calorie requirements increase from 1,000 calories to 2,200, before leveling off at 2,500 calories at around age 20. Reductions in the necessary number of daily calories begin to occur once people hit their early 30s, and only begin to progressively decline as time goes on. For people around age 50, their caloric needs remain more or less stable, 1,600 for women and 2,000 for men. It's good to keep in mind that calorie recommendations are only approximations. How many calories you actually need is dependent on your size, unique metabolic rate, body type, and levels of daily physical activity. Using the averages of 2,500 daily calories for men and 2,000 daily calories for women is a fairly good baseline to focus on for most people. If you find that you're not losing weight at the rate you should, then it's time to make some adjustments in the amount of calories you consume each day by lowering your daily intake of calories until you find a sweet spot. You may want to start by decreasing your daily calorie intake in 50-calorie increments until you find a daily calorie intake that causes you to start losing weight. Why counting calories is the most common weight loss method. There are a considerable number of weight loss methods out there, but when it all comes down to it, counting calories still reigns supreme in terms of popularity. The reason for this is simply because it gets right down to the core of the weight management issue by focusing on calories. At the end of the day, even while accounting for factors like age, gender, metabolism, or body type, weight gain and weight loss are ultimately about the amount of calories consumed versus the amount of calories burned. Or, to put it another way, the amount of calories you take in versus the amount of calories you put out. Your body requires a minimum number of calories to function. If you don't eat enough, fat stores are burned to provide the needed energy. If you eat too much, all those excess calories are stored for later use as body fat. Keeping track of the amount of calories you consume allows you to aim for either outcome. Most other weight loss methods either don't work or they're fairly redundant. They are often hyper-focused on particular types of foods, which, while this can definitely help, won't cause weight loss in and of itself. Some plans are excessively complex and expensive, making them options that are far from ideal. Calorie counting is guaranteed to work if done accurately and consistently long-term. Plus, it'll most likely end up saving you money. And while it takes quite a bit of self-discipline to execute, the concept is easy to grasp, making it an extremely effective weight loss strategy. Before you start counting calories to lose weight, you first need to figure out exactly how much of a calorie deficit your body needs to be in each day in order to lose weight. That's where a calorie calculator comes in handy. How to use a calorie calculator. A calorie calculator is a tool which takes into account your basal metabolic rate, or BMR, total daily energy expenditure, or TDEE, desired weight loss goal, and time frame to determine how much of a calorie deficit you should be running on a daily basis. Using the calculator, you can input information to determine your BMR. This is more or less just a fancy term for how many calories you're going to burn automatically given your gender, height, weight, and age. You also need to input your TDEE, which is a number that correlates with your level of daily physical activity. You'll be given a chart that states what number you should input given how much exercise you get, with values ranging from 1.2 for no exercise to 1.9 for heavy exercise twice a day. How much weight you're looking to lose and in how many weeks you want to lose it in is important information you'll have to input as well. Without this, you won't be able to come up with a steady weight loss regimen. One issue people encounter when they use calorie counters is the complexity of the equations involved with finding their BMR and TDEE numbers. Some calculators produce these numbers automatically, but in most cases it has to be done manually. These equations aren't rocket science or anything, but they can get a little challenging at times. This is why most calorie calculators simply have you type in your height, age, gender, and daily or weekly activity level in order to calculate the exact amount of calories you'll need daily to maintain your weight, the amount of calories you'll need daily to lose weight slowly, and the amount of calories you'll need daily to lose weight rapidly. It's important to understand, though, that these numbers used in practical situations might not be as effective as they're stated to be. When you restrict calories too much in too little time, your body's metabolism slows down to compensate. This is why it's a good idea to engage in what's called caloric shifting, also known as calorie zigzagging, which basically means that instead of eating the same exact number of calories every single day, you alternate between different calorie limits to prevent your metabolism from adapting too quickly. Let me explain. So let's say that the calorie calculator calculates that you need to consume no more than 1,600 calories each day in order to lose 2 pounds per week. If you multiply 1,600 calories per day times 7 days, you end up with a total calorie intake of 11,200 calories per week. So in order to perform caloric shifting, you could consume 1,750 calories on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. But on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, you only consume 1,400 calories. The end result is that you're still consuming 11,200 calories per week, but you're preventing your body from adapting to your new calorie deficit by zigzagging the amount of calories you consume throughout the week. Doing this keeps your body guessing and results in greater weight loss over the long term. Some calculators will also give you the option of figuring out your macronutrient proportions as part of maintaining a high level of nutrition during weight loss, although this step is usually optional. The calculations behind these processes are pretty complicated, but using the calorie calculator is as simple as typing a couple of basic numbers into boxes and clicking a calculate button. Remember, when it comes to losing weight, it's all about mathematics. If you consume more calories than your body burns, you'll gain weight. If you consume the same amount of calories that your body burns, you'll maintain your current weight. Finally, if you consume less calories than your body burns, you'll lose weight. How calorie consumption patterns can affect your health. How much food we eat and at what intervals food is eaten has a tremendous effect on our health. The way in which food is consumed determines a lot about fat gain and whether we get the correct amount of nutrients we need. Eating extremely large portions of food at once, even if it's calorically and nutritionally identical, can actually reduce health outcomes when compared to eating the same type of food over a longer period. Why this is the case has to do with how the body processes food. Unless you're attempting to keep your body in a state of ketosis through eating very low-carb food long-term, eating large amounts of food at once raises your blood glucose considerably, which is not only associated with quite a few health problems, but encourages fat storage as well. Obviously, this negates the effects of dieting. You want your body to lose fat, not store it. Your body also can't always absorb whatever nutrients you're consuming. Anytime you eat food, a good portion of the nutrients contained are expelled before complete absorption can take place. The intestinal tract is only so good at catching available nutrients. Large amounts of food might have more nutrients overall, but absorption efficiency is reduced. This is in contrast to food that is eaten in much smaller portions, where the same amount of nutrients are consumed, but they're much more efficiently absorbed, all without the excess problems that accompany high glucose levels. Why eating too few calories is actually an issue. Although the problematic aspects of eating too much food have been discussed at length, eating too little can be just as problematic. The issue with losing weight too quickly is it can severely impact your metabolism. Losing weight over a long period of time isn't really a problem because small amounts of repeated fat loss is perceived to be a part of normal functioning by your body. However, extreme fat loss can be perceived by your body as starvation, which ends up causing your body to slow down your metabolism in order to preserve energy. This is what happens during crash diets and is the primary reason why they aren't effective for losing weight and keeping it off long term. This can be a huge issue while dieting because it causes your minimum daily caloric need to drop, meaning that you either need to eat even less than you are already eating daily in order to lose weight. Otherwise, the value of your calorie restriction is significantly diminished. Beyond just the fact that it can potentially hamper your weight loss goals, dealing with calorie restriction and an abnormally low metabolism can make doing things in your day-to-day life very difficult, especially things which require concentration. This is one of the reasons why using a calorie counter is so important. Winging it is definitely possible when it comes to calorie restriction, but in order to prevent your metabolism from slowing down while dieting, you should definitely consider using one, especially if you're just starting out on your weight loss journey and don't have much experience restricting calories. Getting an exact number based on your own unique life conditions will also help you find an approachable goal which won't result in some of the more unpleasant symptoms of undereating, like headaches and fatigue. Calorie counters also allow you to control your eating habits more effectively. It's common for people to think they're eating fewer calories than they really are. In fact, studies have shown that overweight people underestimate their calorie intake by 40%. That means that overweight people tend to eat almost twice as many calories than they think they're eating. This is why it's so important to track all your calories with a calorie counting app like MyFitnessPal. Once you notice the true caloric value of what you eat and how quickly the calories you consume daily can add up, you'll begin to assess your dietary options more appropriately. Chapter 4, Fitness Apps for Calorie Tracking. These days, a lot of people are very technologically inclined, and if you're one of them, then it might be a good idea to take advantage of the many calorie counting apps that exist on the Google Play or Apple App Stores. Of course, there are plenty of fitness and weight loss apps out there that are mediocre at best. So here are 5 of the best fitness apps to help you achieve your weight loss and fitness goals. Chronometer. This app is especially good at incorporating information related to exercise and how it corresponds to calories consumed as part of a weight loss strategy. It advises you on how to proceed with your dietary plans based on the information provided and allows you to take into account specific dietary needs and whether or not you're pregnant. Given that it's been downloaded over 5 million times, you can consider it a very solid choice. Fat Secret. For those in for the long haul, Fat Secret is an incredibly useful application that provides you with monthly progress reports on your weight loss. It also comes with a barcode tracker that uses your smartphone's camera. The barcode tracker lets you automatically keep track of how many calories are in the food you're eating and allows you to input all the ingredients in a recipe you made, so you don't have to micromanage how many calories are in the food you're consuming. Overall, it's a good choice for those looking for a convenient tool to help them lose weight over a period of several months to a year. LifeSum. For individuals looking to reduce a little bit of weight over a short period of time, LifeSum is hard to beat. It's a highly streamlined application that helps you keep track of weight loss in accordance with 7-day or 21-day plans, and even provides a list of easy-to-prepare, low-calorie recipes. It also has modifications for those looking to go on a keto diet, so there's some very useful carbohydrate reduction features. Lose It. If you're interested in a very basic weight loss tool without all the bells and whistles, then Lose It is an excellent go-to option. It comes with basic calorie input and output tracking and gives you the options of receiving weekly or monthly progress reports. It also has community features that allow you to communicate with other people trying to lose weight. This can be very helpful in keeping you encouraged and motivated during your weight loss journey, since you can chat with other like-minded individuals. MyFitnessPal. By far the most popular fitness app available, and my all-time favorite, MyFitnessPal offers an incredible array of information about the food you eat. It comes with a massive database that contains not only information like calorie counts, but also useful nutritional data that tells you how many macronutrients are in the food you're eating, making it an excellent way to track nutrient density. It also has a daily goal option that corresponds with your weight loss and nutrition needs based on your height, weight, and age. Your dietary choices can also be aided by the use of the app's barcode scanner. MyFitnessPal allows you to take a photo of a food container's barcode using your smartphone's camera, and MyFitnessPal will automatically store that food into your food diary with all the nutrition facts listed on the nutrition label of the food's container. So you want to keep tracking the same exact food over and over again. It's that simple. MyFitnessPal also allows you to create your own meals, including all the macronutrient information and the total number of calories that meal contains, and then store it in your food diary. So you just bring that meal up again on a different day with a single click. For example, let's say I cook a hamburger with 2 slices of bacon and a slice of American cheese on a toasted whole wheat bun. Plus, I have a small container of coleslaw and 2 dill pickles. All I have to do is input the calories from each food item and then name that meal, let's say, I don't know, hamburger dinner. MyFitnessPal will total up the calories of that meal and store that meal in my food diary so that when I decide to have that exact same meal again on a different day, all I have to do is add the meal named hamburger dinner to my daily calorie intake with a click of a button. Overall, MyFitnessPal is an app that helps you lose weight while remaining healthy and has several features that can be tailored to fit your exact weight loss needs. MyFitnessPal is the app that I used to help keep track of every calorie I consume each day and to keep track of how many calories I burned using its extremely accurate step counting feature. There's a reason why MyFitness app is the most downloaded fitness app of all time. Best of all, there's a free version and a premium version of the app. Using MyFitnessPal is easy. Step 1, download the application. Step 2, define what your goals are. The application has many different options for weight management, including losing, maintaining, and gaining weight. Much of this will be influenced by information you're required to put into the app, such as age, gender, and level of physical activity. Step 3, use the app's nutrition tracker to determine what your ideal nutrition goals are. MyFitnessPal helps you get the ideal level of nutrients through the food you eat by having nutrition goals alongside weight management. Step 4, activate the app's notifications to give you reminders, if you want them, of when to exercise, when to eat, or to input the nutritional information of what you are going to eat. Step 5, input the information of the food you eat, or use the barcode scanner. For meals that are more abstract, such as complex recipes, you can input all the necessary information, like the specific amount of particular ingredients. If you're planning on eating prepackaged food, you just use the barcode scanner the app provides. Anything you put into the app can be referenced later, so you don't have to constantly add the nutritional information every time you eat the same food. Step 6, look at your progress reports on a frequent basis to see how well your weight loss is going. Also, Don't forget to keep your smartphone somewhere on your body, like in your pocket, when you're walking, jogging, or running, so that MyFitnessPal can keep an accurate count of your steps and add all the calories you burned exercising to your total allowable calories for the day to help you stay in a calorie deficit when you input the food you're eating. No matter what app you use to track your calories, it is of the utmost importance that you pay very close attention to the nutrition label on the food you're eating, especially where the label shows you how many calories there are per serving and how many servings are in that container, whether it be a box, bag, or can. Many people make the mistake of just looking at how many calories there are per serving and then eat the entire container of food thinking they only consume the amount of calories in one serving, when in reality, that container might have contained 2 or more servings. For example, let's say you eat an entire can of tomato soup. The nutrition label on the side of the can says 300 calories per serving. 300 calories, not bad. I can eat an entire can of tomato soup and only consume 300 calories. But not so fast, tomato lover. You look at the nutrition label a second time and notice that one can contains 2 servings. So if you eat the entire can of soup, you'll actually be consuming 600 calories. This is why it's so important to pay attention to nutrition labels. If you decide to eat some nuts or seeds out of a bag you bought at the store, you'll probably notice that it says there are a certain amount of calories in a quarter cup or a third of a cup, etc. For example, 1 serving of roasted and salted sunflower seeds is usually 1/4 cup and contains 200 calories. So it's a good idea to use a measuring cup and measure exactly 1/4 cup of sunflower seeds so you know exactly how many calories you are consuming. Don't try and wing it by just measuring using your eyes. Most likely, you'll consume more than 1 serving if you do that, which means you'll be consuming more than 200 calories of sunflower seeds, and your total calorie count will be off at the end of the day. Chapter 5. How to avoid being hungry all the time. Obviously, when you're engaging in some form of calorie restriction, you're likely to be hungry much more often. This is more than just inconvenient or unpleasant. It can actually become a serious hurdle when you're trying to concentrate on important work or life obligations. Fortunately, there are a number of strategies available to you which can help reduce the frequency of hunger or even eliminate it altogether. Eat slowly. This is a big one, and it's not only important to understand for reducing the symptoms of hunger, but also for helping you stick to your diet in general. When people are hungry, they tend to eat fast, but doing this can actually cause overeating. Oftentimes, signals sent throughout the body take time to be delivered, and even if you eat a substantial number of calories at a meal, you'll probably still be hungry if you've eaten too fast. Ghrelin, the hormone responsible for feelings of hunger, only starts to decrease its presence in the body about 20 minutes or so after the stomach is filled with food. Of course, please keep in mind that this varies from person to person. If you want to avoid being hungry even after you've eaten, then try to eat your food more slowly, preferably over a 15 to 20 minute period. When combined with the strategy of eating smaller, more frequent meals, you'll find that hunger becomes much less of an issue when dieting. Besides, the more you chew your food, the more it gets broken down by the digestive enzymes in your mouth, and the easier it is on your digestive system as a whole. You should chew most food an average of 32 times before you swallow it in order to break down its texture so that it becomes easier for your stomach to digest. Also, on a side note, drinking a full 8-ounce glass of water 30 minutes before your meal will also help you feel satiated quicker because of the volume of water that's in your stomach before you start eating your meal. This can help you eat less food as well. I don't recommend drinking water soon after you eat your food, since this will dilute the digestive enzymes in your stomach needed to break down the food. Use smaller plates and cups. Hunger isn't just about how much physical food you eat. it's actually heavily influenced by psychology as well. When you eat what is perceived to be a lot of food, you'll feel much more satiated, whereas food that's perceived to be minimal is going to make you feel like you're still hungry and need to continue eating, even if the food contains a sufficient amount of calories. This is an example of the Delboeuf illusion, which describes how the perceived size of something is influenced by the size of the thing it's contained in. Regardless of shape, if something 1 inch in diameter is visually placed within a 5-inch shape, it's going to appear larger to your brain than if it's placed in a 10-inch shape. When the Delboeuf illusion is used for food experiment purposes, it's been shown to reduce the amount of food people eat. One often cited experiment conducted at the Georgia Institute of Technology saw participants eat their dinner on 12-inch plates and then 10-inch plates later on. What was discovered was that the participants ended up eating 22% less calories on average when they used the 10-inch plates. That's almost a quarter less calories consumed simply by eating food on smaller plates. You can use this optical illusion for food eaten in bowls as well. Taking this into account, it's a good idea to eat food on plates that are small in size, so it will make whatever food you're eating look more substantial by comparison. Eating food on larger plates will make your portions look abnormally small, making you feel hungry, even if you shouldn't be. Similarly, if you plan to consume any liquid calories as part of your calorie restriction plan, then make sure to use smaller cups. Focus on what you're eating. In the modern era in which we live, it's become incredibly easy to be distracted by electronic devices like smartphones, laptops, and televisions. When it comes to eating, this can be very problematic since consuming food while distracted can end up preventing you from feeling full. When people eat while watching videos online or movies and shows on television, their attention isn't focused on what they're eating. As fullness is heavily linked to how people perceive food, not paying attention to the act of eating while you are actually eating doesn't get the message across to the brain that food is being consumed, so hunger still lingers. When calorie restriction is in play, this is especially important to keep in mind since the amount of food you're going to be eating is limited. Not paying attention to what you're eating and how you're eating it can cause you to still feel hungry even after you've finished eating your meal. A great example of this concept in action is the bottomless soup experiment conducted by Professor Brian Wansink and the Food and Brand Lab of Cornell University. The experiment involved 54 relatively young participants who were placed into groups of 4. They were matched based on relationships and compatibility and encouraged to speak with each other at lunch. As part of the experiment, some participants were assigned a normal bowl of soup and others were assigned a bowl of soup that refilled itself automatically. By mentioning the color of the bowl to participants and by encouraging conversation, researchers hoped to distract the participants while they were eating to see what the effect would be on their feelings of fullness. After each lunch session, participants were asked questions regarding their eating habits and how much soup they were believed to have eaten. Researchers found that those who ate out of bottomless bowls, bowls that kept filling back up automatically, reported the same level of satiety as those who ate out of regular bowls, despite almost always eating much more soup. Thus, the results of the experiment show how important it is to pay attention to the food you're eating. When distracted, participants didn't notice their bowls were slowly refilling and didn't accurately rate how much they were eating, despite eating considerably more than they normally would. When eating, it's a good idea to witness the progressive process of consuming the food in front of you to fully grasp how much food you're actually eating. Drink lots of water. Drinking water is an extremely effective age-old trick to help keep you from feeling hungry while you're on a diet. Water has almost 0 calories, and when it enters your stomach, it's not immediately perceived as being without calories. It takes time for all the liquid in your stomach to transfer to the intestinal tract, meaning that for a limited window, you're not going to feel very hungry. Consuming water gives you some breathing room in between meals so that the physical and mental effects of hunger aren't so severe. In fact, many times when you think you're hungry, you're actually just dehydrated, and drinking an 8-ounce glass of water will cause your hunger to subside temporarily. During my weight loss journey, I drink multiple 16.9-ounce bottles of spring water throughout the day. In fact, as soon as I woke up in the morning, I would drink a full glass of cold water to kickstart my metabolism. Take caffeine. Caffeine isn't usually something people think of when they're considering weight loss, but the reality is that caffeine, especially in the form of coffee, comes with a lot of weight management benefits, including appetite reduction. When people consume caffeine, it's been shown that they tend to reduce the amount of calories they're likely to eat in a day. While this reduction in calorie consumption isn't insignificant daily, over time, it can definitely add up. The reason for this is that caffeine is a fairly effective appetite suppressant. Caffeine makes you feel like you don't need food, whereas normally you would feel hungry without the caffeine in your system. How it works isn't understood well, but it's possible that the increase in energy that caffeine causes redirects your body's priorities towards physical activity instead of energy consumption. Beyond appetite suppression, though, caffeine also boosts your metabolism, making you burn more calories, even without physical activity. This metabolic increase also seems to be markedly higher in individuals with higher weights, meaning that for those of you who are very overweight, consuming caffeine is going to help you with weight loss a considerable amount. If it's consumed in the form of a hot liquid, such as tea or coffee, then there is an additional benefit in the form of increased satiety. However, it should be noted that caffeine consumption isn't for everyone and should be taken in limited amounts. Drinking too much caffeine can lead to unpleasant symptoms like shakiness, heart palpitations, and excess grogginess. While it might be undesirable for a lot of people, it can be potentially hazardous for those with heart conditions, so caution is key. An appropriate dosage of caffeine per day ranges from 300 to 400 milligrams daily, or roughly 5 cups of coffee a day. That's mostly for the average person, though. For those who are caffeine sensitive, this amount should be much lower. I've had great success with caffeine pills. In fact, I attribute caffeine as one of the main reasons why I'm able to exercise in the morning on a completely empty stomach and not feel hungry until lunchtime or even dinner time on certain days. I take one 200 milligram caffeine pill immediately before I start my fasted cardio routine, and this provides me with tons of energy, even on an empty stomach. You may want to start off by taking a 100 milligram caffeine pill instead of a 200 milligram pill to see if 100 milligrams is enough caffeine to give you the extra energy boost you need to power through your exercise routine. While fasted cardio isn't for everyone, those of you who adopt it as part of your weight loss strategy may find that you lose body fat at a much faster rate, since your body is forced to use its own fat stores for fuel after quickly depleting the limited amount of glucose available in your liver and muscles. Be sure to check out my book on how to lose weight faster with intermittent fasting, since I go much more in-depth into fasted cardio and how it can cause your body's fat to just melt away when combined with intermittent fasting. How to break through a weight loss plateau. If you have already been staying within your caloric deficit for quite a while and losing weight like you should, but suddenly you notice that the scale continues to show that you are stuck at the same weight and you are not losing weight anymore, usually for 4 weeks or longer, even though you have been consistently staying within your daily caloric deficit, then you've most likely hit what is referred to as a weight loss plateau. This is normal, and it's caused by 2 things. First, when you're just beginning your weight loss journey and get into a daily caloric deficit, your body releases the glycogen stored in your muscles and liver in order to get the energy it needs. Since glycogen partly consists of water, when glycogen is burned, it releases water, which means you drop a lot of water weight. This effect is only temporary. Second, as you keep your body in a caloric deficit for an extended period of time and continue to lose body fat, you also lose some lean muscle mass. Lean muscle helps to keep up the rate at which you burn calories. The rate at which your body burns calories is your metabolism. Because of this, as you lose weight, your metabolism slows down and you're not burning as many calories as you were when you had more muscle mass. There's another reason why you hit a weight loss plateau after dieting for a certain length of time. Our bodies are amazing biological machines, and one result of this is that your body will eventually adapt to your long-term caloric restriction. This means that when you eat less to lose weight for an extended period of time, your body will actually adapt to your daily calorie restriction and reach what is called a set point, which means the decreased amount of calories you have been consuming each day in order to lose weight will no longer be enough to lose weight. And that amount of daily calories is now the amount of calories your body needs to maintain your current weight. So, for example, if you were only allowing yourself to consume 1,800 calories per day to lose weight, and you actually were losing weight for the past 3 months, let's say at an average of 1.5 pounds per week, your body has now adapted to this 3-month calorie restriction and has reset your metabolism so that you'll no longer lose weight eating 1,800 calories per day. You must now consume a bit less than 1,800 calories per day to start losing weight again. Now, I know what you're thinking. Are you kidding me? I've already been eating less and staying in a caloric deficit for the past few months, and now I'm going to have to lower my calories even more to continue losing weight? Yep, I'm afraid so. But here's the good news. Before you lower your calories even more to get past the weight loss plateau, you can take what is called a diet break. A diet break is exactly what it sounds like, to break from your diet. Most experts recommend that you take a 2-week diet break. This doesn't mean that you just go on a 2-week eating binge, pigging out on ice cream and cake and cookies and pizza and soft drinks, etc. What it does mean is that you can ease up a bit on your exercise for 2 weeks and consume an extra amount of calories of the healthy foods you've been eating during your diet, which should be sources of healthy fats, lean protein, and complex carbohydrates, with the occasional cheat meal. A diet break does 2 things. It gives you a mental break from forcing your body to lose fat by staying in a caloric deficit for so long, and a diet break actually helps to boost your metabolism by allowing your leptin levels to go back up without gaining weight when you increase your food intake. I recommend that you increase your daily caloric intake by 300 to 400 calories and exercise 2 days less than you do during your dieting period. Just don't go overboard in your eating. If you see that you're starting to gain weight again during your diet break, then eat less or exercise a bit more. More importantly, remember, when your 2-week diet break is over, you're going to have to lower your daily calorie allowance even more than before you started your diet break. Let me repeat that. You need to reduce your daily allowable calories even more than before. So, for example, let's say that your total calorie allowance per day is 1,800 calories, and staying within this caloric deficit every day for the past few weeks or months has caused you to lose weight at a consistent and healthy pace. But now you've hit a weight loss plateau all of a sudden. In that case, reduce your daily allowable calories by 100 calories down to 1,700 calories per day, and see if you start losing weight again after 1 week. If you start to lose weight again, then stick to 1,700 calories per day until you either reach your weight loss goal or you hit another weight loss plateau. If you haven't reached your goal weight yet, and you eventually hit another weight loss plateau, then reduce your daily allowable calories another 100 calories down to 1,600 calories. Keep doing this until you finally reach your weight loss goal. And I remember when I got down to about 220 pounds, I hit a weight loss plateau. To get myself back on track again, I just reduced my daily caloric intake by 100 calories, and after a few days to a week, I started losing the weight again. One last thing. If it helps you to keep going and prevents you from quitting your weight loss journey altogether, take a 1 week or 2 week diet break every 3 months if you feel that you absolutely have to. It's better to take a diet break and stay on your weight loss journey for the long haul than it is to completely give up and quit. Chapter 6. Exercise. What role does exercise play in weight loss? In order to lose weight, it's not strictly necessary to get a lot of exercise since it really comes down to the number of calories consumed. However, exercise can help achieve weight loss goals by using up calories, modifying your metabolism, and prioritizing nutrients to assist in muscle growth. As such, habitual exercise can complement calorie restriction methods to improve results dramatically. What are the overall benefits of exercise? Exercise is easily one of the most important aspects of ensuring health. Exercise comes with an incredible list of health benefits that in many ways surpass the value of diet or medications. First of all, exercise improves your physical state in many ways by maximizing your body's functionality. Exercise helps reduce the prevalence of metabolic syndrome, leading to a decreased risk for heart disease, heart attacks, strokes, and diabetes. Exercise is also beneficial for reducing the risk of injury by strengthening muscles and bone structure. It's even good for your skin, since it promotes the creation of antioxidants, which curtails the wrinkling effects oxidative stress has on your skin. Habitual exercise provides a great number of mental health benefits as well, including the ability to reduce anxiety and depression. In fact, exercise has been shown to be as effective, if not more so, than antidepressants. Exercise also helps reduce stress and has been known to increase energy levels in most people. Exercise can dramatically improve brain functioning and sleep as well. Exercise increases blood flow throughout your body, including blood flow to the neurons in your brain. This blood flow provides additional nutrients to brain cells, allowing them to function better and prevent cell death, ultimately culminating in improved cognitive function and memory. Quality of sleep is positively impacted since exercise is stressful, resulting in your body entering a deep repair state when you're resting, keeping you from tossing and turning all night and preventing you from constantly waking up. How does consistent exercise help you lose weight? Of course, the greatest benefit of exercise is that it helps you maintain a healthy weight. Exercise ultimately detracts from the amount of calories you consume in a day. And when you lack immediate energy necessary for exercise, your body has to burn fat to compensate. All of this ends up reducing how much fat your body stores over time, resulting in weight loss. However, the effect exercise has on weight loss can be extremely non-linear in a lot of ways. Many research studies have indicated that exercise has a tendency to suppress appetite. While it seems counterintuitive, your body has a tendency to adapt very well to energy regulation issues. Exercise requires a lot of energy, so if your body experiences frequent bouts of energy shortage, it adapts to become more energy efficient. When it's more energy efficient, your body requires less energy, hence why appetite is reduced. However, where most of this appetite suppression comes from is the way your brain perceives the effects of exercise, as well as how hormone fluctuations influence feelings and behaviors. Brace yourself. I'm about to talk nerdy to you. Body temperature also plays an important role in appetite regulation due to the way it impacts pro-opiomelanocortin, or POMC neurons. These are neurons found in your hypothalamus, the part of the brain responsible for connecting the nervous and endocrine systems, and contain what are called TRPV1 receptors. These receptors respond to heat very well, causing an appetite-suppressing effect when activated. As exercise raises your body temperature tremendously, this means that exercise ends up activating TRPV1 receptors, making you less hungry overall. Hormones are very heavily impacted by the effects of exercise, specifically the hormone ghrelin. Ghrelin is the molecular marker that indicates to your body whether it's appropriate to eat or not. In other words, it's the hormone that makes you feel hungry. People, especially if they're overweight, tend to experience drops in ghrelin following exercise sessions. In addition, exercise increases the production of peptide YY, or PYY for short, which is a hormone released by the intestine that has an appetite-suppressing effect. Exercise also helps you control your blood sugar levels better. As higher blood sugar levels are associated with fat storage, exercising on a regular basis can help you reduce the amount of excess sugar in your body that would normally be converted into stored fat. Cortisol reduction. One especially important thing to keep in mind when assessing how exercise impacts weight loss is the role the stress hormone cortisol plays in fat retention. As previously mentioned, exercise can help you feel less stressed. This is because exercise reduces the prevalence of cortisol, which is an important hormone that makes people feel anxious when danger is perceived. Unfortunately, on-the-job stress, such as looming deadlines or an irate boss yelling at you, can cause your body to react to these stressful situations by secreting cortisol. In fact, in one study of the effect of cortisol levels due to stress in healthy young individuals involving 107 participants, the average cortisol level was found to increase 9 times during stressful situations when compared to periods of relaxation. Cortisol has many metabolic effects, but one major thing it does is transfer triglycerides found throughout your body, usually in muscle cells, to adipose tissue for later use. This means that even though you have the same net level of fat throughout your body, it ends up accumulating in unpleasant areas, such as around your waist or abdomen. Cortisol also activates what are called adipocytes, which are essentially the building blocks of fat tissue. When cortisol is present, adipocytes develop into fully functioning fat cells that end up being able to absorb the fat your body is looking to store. Think of them as sponges that soak up any fat your body wants to deposit for later use. This is one of the ways that too much cortisol in your system can cause you to gain weight. Cortisol is also heavily associated with overeating, since it has an appetite-encouraging effect. The reasons why are a little complicated, but the short of it is that cortisol causes a mild form of insulin resistance, since it raises blood sugar. This makes your cells work less efficiently and can lead to cell death in many cases, which registers as the body needing more calories to rebuild itself, resulting in more feelings of hunger. Some great ways to reduce cortisol levels include getting adequate sleep, eating anti-inflammatory foods, aromatherapy, and reducing stress in your life overall. However, by far, the best way to reduce cortisol levels is to engage in frequent, low to moderate intensity exercise. Intense exercise actually raises cortisol levels quite substantially, which can have some negative side effects, such as muscle degradation. Less strenuous exercise, though, releases a lesser amount of cortisol during workout sessions that can end up reducing the base rate at which cortisol is produced during rest time. The importance of leptin. Exercise can help with weight management in a myriad of ways, but one special circumstance where it can assist in melting away body fat is by impacting the way your body responds to leptin. Leptin is a hormone secreted by fat cells, which gives your brain information on how to deal with energy consumption and use. This has an impact on a wide range of things, such as appetite, metabolism, fat storage, and the motivation to exercise. The more leptin that is present in your system, the less you're supposed to eat, and the higher your metabolism is supposed to operate. As leptin production is tied to the amount of fat that's present in adipose tissue, It'd be logical to assume that the more fat you have, the better your weight management ability should be. But this isn't usually the case. The reason? Leptin resistance. Leptin resistance is when your brain no longer responds to or has a severely reduced capacity to respond to the leptin hormone. Despite what would be assumed, leptin resistance is often found in overweight individuals. The reasons for this are unclear, but it's generally believed that when concentrations of leptin get high enough, the brain just treats it like white noise and ignores it. If you're wondering if you're leptin resistant, then taking a good look at how much belly fat you have is a good indication. If you have a lot of belly fat, then you're most likely leptin resistant. Brace yourself, because I'm about to talk nerdy to you again. Leptin resistance can also naturally be found in people who are age 40 or older. When you're in your teens, 20s, or 30s, you have an abundance of what is called nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, or NAD, in your body. NAD is primarily responsible for delivering electrons into the mitochondria of cells to give them the energy they need to operate. When a high enough amount of NAD is present, though, it's not completely used up, and any residual NAD is used to activate sirtuin-1, which is a gene that increases leptin sensitivity. Leptin sensitivity is essentially the opposite of leptin resistance, and increased leptin sensitivity results in decreased appetite and a more active metabolism. The older you get, the less NAD you produce, meaning less sirtuin-1 activation. Leptin sensitivity suffers as a result, which causes an automatic slowdown in your metabolism, but not a reduction in appetite, making weight gain incredibly easy. While this is a serious issue, there is something that can be done to keep it in check. Exercise. Cue the applause. Exercise is probably the #1 best way you can reduce leptin resistance, not just because of its fat loss potential, but also because it improves the production and dissemination of NAD. When you exercise, your body needs a lot of energy to function, and NAD is a pivotal part of that process. Exercising frequently allows for a steady stream of NAD to be produced, some of which will ultimately be left over and end up activating sirtuin-1, leading to increased leptin sensitivity. Chapter 7. The best kinds of exercise for losing weight. While it's generally understood that exercise is a major component of weight loss, exactly which exercises are best for melting away body fat is a little less clear. Obviously, any kind of exercise will do the job to some extent, but some forms of exercise go above and beyond in terms of their ability to burn calories. Cardiovascular exercise. Cardiovascular exercises, or cardio for short, are particularly good at promoting a calorie deficit, as they require you to use your whole body to work out, but don't strain your muscles too much, so you can do it with some degree of regularity without having to worry too much about resting for long periods of time. Running is often cited as good cardiovascular exercise for burning calories, and rightfully so. It's very energy intensive, allows you to exercise at a variable pace, is easily accessible, and workout progress is fairly linear, so you'll be able to work out more frequently and for longer without being limited by recovery time. Exactly how many calories are burned will depend on several factors, such as your weight, your running intensity, and how long you run for, although it's common for people to burn up to 700 calories per hour while exercising at a reasonable pace. Similar to running, and something pretty much anyone can do, is walking. Walking is similar to running in a lot of ways, and while it doesn't burn as many calories in the same amount of time as running, it does come with the added benefit of being a very sustainable form of exercise. You can walk for hours without getting overly tired, and you can even do it several times a day without any issues. Depending on how much you weigh, it's possible to burn anywhere from 200 to 300 calories per hour. One type of cardio that's overlooked frequently is jump roping. It's often thought of as something children do on the playground, but the reality is that it's a very comprehensive form of exercise with tons of health benefits. Jumping rope involves many different muscle groups, like those in the arms, calves, and back. This makes its calorie burning potential quite exceptional and can be heavily modified by factors such as the weight of the rope and the speed at which you jump. For those looking for more specialized kinds of exercise, biking and swimming are extremely good options. Biking is a solid choice because it works out your heart muscles substantially and relies heavily on leg muscles for long periods of time, leading to muscle growth, increased endurance, and calorie burning. Plus, riding a bike doesn't put the same amount of stress on your joints that running does. Biking can also be done with a real bike, which gives you a wide range of movement and different terrains to exercise on. You can also exercise on a stationary bike, which has many different difficulty settings and a large number of advanced features if you're using a more modern bike. Depending on whether you're an indoor or outdoor person and the level of technology you're looking to invest in, biking provides a lot of flexibility when it comes to exercising and burning calories. Swimming requires access to a pool, which can be a logistical issue for some people, but in the event that finding one isn't a substantial hurdle, it can be a tremendous form of exercise. What makes swimming especially good for losing weight is that it's considered zero impact. This means that you can get the many benefits of exercise without the problematic consequence of placing stress on your joints. For older individuals, this is particularly important as joint pain and ligament damage becomes more prevalent as people get older. But the benefits of zero-impact exercise exist for every demographic, as the lack of joint damage improves recovery time between bouts of exercise. Since water is more resistant than air, you end up burning a substantial number of calories. Plus, since it works all your muscle groups in positions that normally couldn't be achieved outside of water, you get the added benefit of a full body workout. High-intensity interval training. Some of you may not have an hour or more to spend at the gym or in the swimming pool. If that's the case, then the best alternative for you may be what is called high-intensity interval training, or HIIT for short. High-intensity interval training is when you alternate between several seconds of high-intensity exercise in order to increase your heart rate to at least 80% of your maximum heart rate and a few minutes of lower intensity exercise. For example, let's say you only want to be on the treadmill for no more than 10 to 20 minutes. In that case, you'd spend the first 2 minutes warming up by walking at a moderately easy pace, and then you would spend 15 to 30 seconds doing an all-out sprint, running as fast as you can on the treadmill. Then you would spend the next 2 minutes walking at a moderately easy pace, and then you'd spend the next 15 to 30 seconds running as fast as you can again. You'd repeat this process until 10 to 20 minutes has elapsed. If you prefer to take it easy on your knees and ankle joints, then you could do HIIT on a stationary bike instead. You'd start off pedaling at a moderately easy pace for 3 minutes, and then pedal as fast as you can for 30 seconds. Then pedal at a moderately easy pace again for the next 3 minutes, and then pedal as fast as you can for the next 30 seconds. You would repeat this process until 15 to 30 minutes has elapsed. If you prefer not to use an exercise machine or don't have access to one, then you can do what are called squat jumps instead. To do a squat jump, you start off by standing with your feet hip distance apart. Next, you lower your body into a squat position with both arms extended in front of you for balance, keeping your spine straight, chest lifted, and your knees behind your toes. From the squatting position, you then jump straight up as high as you can, swinging your arms overhead at the same time. When your feet touch the ground again, you immediately return to a squatting position. So for HIIT squat jumps, you would start off by either standing or walking at a moderately easy pace for 2 minutes. Then, for the next 15 to 30 seconds, you would squat jump as fast and as high as you can. Then, you would either stand or walk at a moderately easy pace for 2 minutes, followed by 15 to 30 seconds of very intense. Repeat this process until 10 to 20 minutes has elapsed. Obviously, in order to do this accurately, you'll need a wristwatch or a timer on your cell phone in order to know how many seconds and minutes have elapsed for each interval. Of course, as long as you have a large area to exercise in, like an empty parking lot, a field, or a grassy hill, you can easily do high-intensity interval training by walking at an easy pace for 2 minutes and then going into an all-out sprint for 30 seconds, and then repeating that process for 10 to 20 minutes. For an even more intense training period, you could walk up and down a moderately steep hill for 2 minutes and then run up and down the hill as fast as you can for 30 seconds, and then repeat that process for 10 to 20 minutes. Just be careful running down the hill. You don't want to trip and fall and end up injuring yourself. The benefits of doing high-intensity interval training include burning a lot of calories in a short amount of time during HIIT, burning calories for hours after you finish doing HIIT, elevating your heart rate into the fat-burning zone, possibly gaining some lean muscle mass, improving oxygen consumption, reducing your heart rate and blood pressure, reducing blood sugar and improving insulin resistance, boosting your metabolism and helping to suppress your appetite, improving your aerobic and anaerobic performance, stimulating production of human growth hormone by up to 450% during the 24 hours after your workout. As you can see, high-intensity interval training is perfect for those of you that may have very busy schedules and no time to go to the gym, or for those of you that spend most of your time on the road. It's also perfect for people to get bored easily or have a short attention span. Resistance training. Although cardio is the premier choice for exercise-induced weight loss, another very effective type of exercise is resistance training. Resistance training is essentially any kind of exercise that's aimed at improving muscle endurance and strength through placing some sort of physical resistance against muscle movement. Resistance exercises are very diverse in terms of how they can be done, and resistance can take the form of your own body, resistance bands, weights, or any other kind of heavy object like a medicine ball or workout tire. Resistance training is a great choice for burning calories because it combines different benefits of different exercise types. It often has cardio and muscle building elements to it, making it largely comprehensive and can be used as an addition to other kinds of exercise, like squats. Some of the best forms of weight resistance training include wall shin raises, arm raises, glute bridges, bicep curls, lying pullovers. Body resistance training, which is resistance training that uses the weight of your own body, is particularly good for individuals looking to preserve their muscle mass while cutting body fat. While having a consistent caloric deficit primarily results in fat loss, it also causes some muscle deterioration as well. If you'd still like to maintain your muscle definition while losing body fat, then body resistance training is incredibly important. Some of the best body resistance exercises include the following. Push-ups. Push-ups are practically the holy grail of body resistance and involves lying parallel to the floor, but holding yourself up with your toes in your hands, then pushing yourself up and down. Push-ups work out muscle groups all across your body and are useful for maintaining the integrity of your arms, back, abdomen, and legs. They're simple overall, but it's good to keep in mind that doing push-ups in the wrong position can potentially hurt your joints. So avoid having your arms too far apart or too close together. Pull-ups. Pull-ups are a relatively simple but nonetheless effective body resistance exercise. It involves placing your hands on a bar and lifting yourself up using your arms, using your own body weight to work out your arm, shoulder, and upper back muscles. Many home gyms and workout facilities are equipped with pull-up bars, although there are also some portable pull-up bar options available. Pull-ups are quite easy to do safely, although they're somewhat difficult for people who haven't worked out for a while. Dips. Dips are when you lean yourself up against something and then use your arm strength to dip your body downward and then upward again. This type of exercise works out triceps, shoulder, and back muscles quite well, and works best when exercising against an extremely solid, non-slippery object. Try placing your hands on the corner of a sidewalk curb with your legs stretched out straight in front of you, and lift yourself up and down using only your arms. Planks. Planking is somewhat similar to push-ups, but instead of placing pressure on your hands, you place it on your forearms. The goal of planking is to hold yourself in a position slightly off the ground for as long as you can. It's incredibly good at working the abdominal muscles and plays an integral part in body resistance training. Simply place your forearms on the floor, bending your arms at the elbows, and stretch your legs out completely straight while holding them up using the tips of your toes. The key is to make your entire body rigid, like a wood plank, and hold that position for as long as you can. Squats. Squats are a pretty standard exercise for many people, and for good reason. Squats work out most of your leg muscles, upper back muscles, lower back muscles, and your shoulder and arm muscles. Squatting involves placing your arms straight on in front of you, then lowering your body until your thighs are parallel to the floor by bending your knees, while keeping your torso straight up and down in order to keep your muscles taut. Another benefit of body resistance training is that you can do many of the exercises just about anywhere, whether you're at home, at the park, or at a rest stop on the side of the highway. You don't need a gym to do most body resistance exercises. If you feel that you need more resistance, you can strap weight packs onto your wrists or ankles. You can also wear a weighted vest as well. Fasted cardio. If you're looking to truly maximize the amount of calories you burn while exercising, then look no further than fasted cardio. Fasted cardio is when you engage in cardiovascular exercise while your stomach is completely empty of food or you haven't eaten for a long time. This is preferably done in a fasted state when you haven't eaten for 12 hours or more, but it can be done anytime you haven't eaten for at least 6 or more hours. This time frame makes it popular for people to do fasted cardio early in the morning when they wake up, since they've slept for anywhere from 6 to 8 hours, putting them in the perfect condition for fasted cardio. Normally when you exercise, you have a steady stream of energy from the food you've eaten, which means you have an abundance of glycogen in your system, which is your cell's primary form of energy. The way fasted cardio works is that when you haven't eaten for a while, this level of glycogen is naturally reduced, meaning that when you exercise, you'll inevitably have to rely on your own fat stores for energy, leading to a direct form of fat loss. If you don't exercise in a fasted state, you'll have to burn the calories from the food in your stomach first, and then burn to the glycogen stored in your liver and muscles before you even begin to access your own body fat for fuel. As cardio is the type of exercise which requires the greatest amount of caloric energy, fasted cardio provides you with the opportunity to really melt away body fat. Studies vary as to how effective fasted cardio is, but it's been shown to increase fat loss during exercise anywhere from 6.2% to 20%. One significant issue you might face with fasted cardio, however, is that you want to have the energy necessary to complete your workout routine, since you'll be doing it on a completely empty stomach. Of course, not having energy stores available is the whole point. The easiest solution to this problem is to consume caffeine right before your workout. This can include taking a caffeine pill or drinking a caffeinated drink, like coffee or tea, beforehand. Just be sure to keep the cream and sugar out of your coffee, since doing so will take you out of a fasted state. Pre-workout supplements should be avoided, since most of these contain amino acids and sugars that can end up compromising your fast. Also, make sure to get enough sleep and drink plenty of water since cardiovascular exercise can result in substantial water loss through sweat. Weight training. Although cardio presents the greatest weight loss potential in the form of calories directly burned, weight training provides similar fat loss potential, but in a much less linear fashion. When you do a cardiovascular workout, you burn a lot of calories. Why this is important is because the building of muscle tissue and the maintenance of muscle tissue requires a tremendous amount of energy. Your body, of course, burns calories, even in a rested state, in order to acquire the energy needed to build and repair muscle tissue after weight training. You see, when you do weight training, you tear a lot of muscle fibers in whichever muscle groups you're targeting. These muscle tears are microscopic, of course, but your muscles need to be repaired at the very least, which ends up requiring caloric energy and nutrients. However, repeated weight training exercise results in muscle growth, which takes even more energy, which ultimately increases the amount of calories you're burning, even when you're just lying on the couch resting or sleeping in bed. Where the greatest advantage of weightlifting lies, though, is in the effect it has on your basal metabolic rate, or BMR for short. In order to maintain itself, a pound of adipose tissue requires up to 5 calories per day. On the contrary, a pound of muscle tissue requires up to 13 calories per day. This means that the more muscle tissue you gain, the more calories you'll burn at your body's default metabolic rate, irrespective of exercise. Since fat is often used to repair muscle tissue to some extent, the more weight training you do, the more fat you lose, and the more energy you'll require to sustain all that lean muscle tissue. In other words, muscle burns body fat. However, it's good to keep in mind that this process isn't necessarily simple. There are a lot of variables to account for. To begin with, you're going to have to consume a lot of protein in your diet, particularly right after you do your workout. This makes sure you'll have enough amino acids available to repair, restore, and produce muscle tissue. You'll also have to be careful not to overdo your weight training, since too much of it will actually hamper your muscle building goals. And you'll also have to work out different muscle groups every workout session to maximize the effectiveness of your resistance training. In practical weight loss terms, it's recommended that you combine some sort of cardiovascular exercise with weight training in order to create a comprehensive workout routine that will help you reduce body fat and preserve muscle tissue. During my weight loss journey, I focused primarily on cardio and body resistance exercises until I got close to my target weight. Once I was within 5 to 10 pounds of my target weight, I started adding weight training exercises into my workout routine in order to build lean muscle. Being safe. Regardless of what kinds of exercise you decide to go with, one thing that's important to account for is safety. It's tempting, when you're hyper-focused on weight loss, to develop a hardcore approach to exercise. But the truth is that doing the wrong exercises and exercising too much can actually inhibit your weight loss journey, as it can cause physical injury or increase your recovery time between exercise sessions. When deciding on which exercises to go with, try to pick the ones that you legitimately enjoy and that you have a good sense for. For instance, if you don't really like running, but plan on doing it simply because it burns more calories, then try walking instead. Not only will you be much more likely to actually take time to do it, but you'll most likely stick with it long term. Plus, your increased enthusiasm will probably net you greater fat loss results in the long run. Walk in the long walk. Cue the cheesy laugh track. Perhaps most important, though, is that focusing on exercises you actually like reduces your chances of being injured. Since performing an exercise you don't enjoy is going to be a chore no matter what, you'll likely ignore the unpleasant symptoms of overworked muscles and joints that indicate that you should be slowing down, which can lead to long-term damage if not attended to. For you older individuals, exercise safety is of the utmost importance due to the increased chance of physical injury. While most exercises should still be viable for those of you that are 40 or older, if you're prone to accidents or you have joint issues, you should focus solely on low-impact exercises. Swimming is the most common low-impact exercise for older people, but another possible option includes using an elliptical, which is mostly low-impact. For those interested in low-impact workouts, exercises such as running and most forms of resistance training should be avoided. If your age is a significant concern, then elliptical exercise is likely to be the most appropriate exercise option for you. Elliptical exercise is simply when you use an elliptical machine to work out. Elliptical machines use a style of motion that places almost no stress on your joints, allowing you to get a decent exercise experience while minimizing damage to your body. Finding motivation. Exercising is hard, which is one of the major reasons why most people don't get enough of it. When deciding to make exercise a significant component of your everyday life, it can be difficult to do it consistently. Fortunately, it doesn't have to be a slog, since there are plenty of ways you can stay enthusiastic about exercise. One of the best ways to stay motivated is to find a friend to work out with. Exercising by yourself can be an issue since you're going to be constantly reminded of the unpleasant aspects of what you're doing. Exercising with someone else can provide a nice distraction and will discourage you from giving up when things get tough. If you're more of a lone wolf, a viable alternative could be to listen to music while you exercise. This music can be either energetic or peaceful in nature, whichever you're in the mood for. Rewarding yourself with some sort of pleasant activity right after you exercise is another great solution to the motivation problem. For most people, this is likely to take the form of a healthy food or drink you actually enjoy. This might be a small issue due to calorie restriction measures, but as long as you stay within your caloric limit, it remains a viable strategy. One great example is to enjoy a flavored protein shake or an all-natural fruit smoothie right after your workout. However, perhaps the biggest motivational boost you can get is to do exercises you actually like. When considering how to burn calories for weight loss, always choose workouts you legitimately enjoy rather than what will simply burn more calories. While it seems prudent to go for high-calorie exercises, you're going to end up burning less fat overall if you're not truly motivated to work out consistently over a long period of time. Taking a reasonable approach to exercise. If you're really enthusiastic about losing weight, then that's great, but keep in mind that being too rigorous with your exercise methods when you're not yet in shape can present a lot of problems which can inhibit your weight loss success. It's best to ease your way into an exercise regimen rather than jumping straight in. Too much exercise too quickly can end up damaging your body, costing you a considerable amount of time for the sake of recovery. Given how much weight loss is impacted by a habit, this downtime will ultimately compromise your ability to stick to a weight loss routine. Remember, losing weight is a marathon, not a sprint. Make no mistake, exercise is stressful. It's healthy in a lot of ways, and it's part of your body's natural functioning, but it's not something you can always do lightly. You'll need to focus a lot on recovery, especially in regard to your muscles and ligaments, which end up bearing the brunt of the damage exercise can cause. You'll need to take some downtime in between exercise sessions, get plenty of sleep, drink plenty of fluids, and eat the right nutrients, especially if you're doing intense weight training exercises to build muscle. Each of these things will give your body what it needs to perform the necessary upkeep and provide you with the energy and strength you need to keep going strong. The nutrition part is especially important, and while each form of exercise will have its own set of requirements for recovery, it's generally a safe bet to consume plenty of protein and electrolytes. Exercise, here I come. Chapter 8, Walking for Weight Loss. Walking is perhaps the most underrated exercise there is. When you're looking to lose weight or get into shape, The idea of walking to help with either of these goals doesn't come to mind very often, but the truth is that walking is easily one of the best things you can do for maintaining both your weight and your health. Frequent walking is associated with reductions in heart disease, cancer, and stroke, as well as increases in immune function. All of these factors are integral in preventing premature death and ensuring a good quality of life. Unfortunately, getting enough steps in every day isn't something the average person is able to pull off. With sedentary jobs, public transportation, cars, and delivery services becoming increasingly common, the natural tendency for people to walk frequently is slowly being eroded. The CDC recommends, at a minimum, that you get 15,000 to 30,000 steps per week. However, research shows that walking 10,000 steps per day is exceptionally beneficial to your health. Given that a mile is usually around 2,000 steps, this ends up rounding out to about 5 miles per day. While 10,000 steps may seem like a daunting amount, the reality is that it can easily be fit into your daily schedule by making a few wise choices. If you need to go to a store that's a couple of blocks away, then walk there instead of driving. Always choose stairs instead of the elevator. Park further away from the entrance to the store or shopping mall you're at to force yourself to get more steps in. There are a variety of different, seemingly small decisions you can make each day that will add up very quickly to help you get in more steps throughout the week. Also, keep in mind that when you're contemplating the number of steps you should take, it's always a good idea to choose quantity over quality. Most of the health benefits of walking are linked to the number of steps you take, not your walking speed or the terrain you walk on. Walking too vigorously can also compromise your ability to walk frequently, since exercise that's too extreme can result in joint and muscle pain, which will ultimately discourage you from walking as much as you should. Here's the key to burning the maximum amount of calories you can while you're walking. You should walk at a pace that is fast enough that if you walked any faster, you would not be able to carry on a conversation with someone if you were talking to someone walking right next to you. Also, by the end of your walk, you should be fairly sweaty, depending on how long you walk. If you walk for an hour or longer at a brisk pace, then you should be very sweaty. To give you an example, by the time I was done with my walk, my undershirt and underwear would both be soaked with sweat, even if I was walking inside an air-conditioned shopping mall. Gross, I know. But hey, that's exercise, baby. Creating appropriate goals. When incorporating walking as a major component of your weight loss plan, it's rarely a good idea to simply start walking 10,000 steps or more right off the bat. If you're not used to walking for exercise, then walking too much is going to present a lot of difficulties. Instead, try setting attainable goals that you can achieve over a certain period of time. First, come up with a long-term goal, like getting in 10,000 to 15,000 steps per day. You can start off by walking only 1,000 steps per day. Most people already walk this amount anyway, so it's easily going to be reached in the beginning. Each subsequent day from the day you start, aim to increase the amount of steps you take daily by 300 steps. So start off with 1,000 steps the first day, 1,300 steps the next day, 1,600 steps the day after that, and so on, until you're walking 10,000 steps per day. If you feel that adding 300 steps per day is too much, then try adding 100 steps per day instead. Creating a short-term goal, like 1,000 to 2,000 steps per day, will allow you to experience a small victory as part of your weight loss journey. By increasing the number of steps you walk every day in small increments, you'll find that you'll continue to find success as the weeks continue until you eventually reach an important milestone that will result in substantial, long-lasting weight loss. Over time, you'll find it much easier to reach the number of daily steps you should take as your body becomes acclimated to your walking routine. Tools for tracking your steps. Walking is a great way to lose weight and stay in shape. But how exactly do you keep track of all your steps? Well, you can use a pedometer. A pedometer is a tool that's used to keep track of the number of steps you take. It registers a step every time it senses movement and can come in the form of a dedicated standalone device or as an app for your smartphone. Not only will it help you keep track of all the steps you take throughout the entire day, it's likely to actually encourage you to walk more. In a study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, Stanford researchers found that people who used pedometers walked on average anywhere from 2,183 to 2,491 more steps per day than people who didn't. That ultimately equates to more than 1 mile per day, or 30 miles per month. Participants also saw significant reductions in their body fat percentage and decreased blood pressure. How to walk longer without getting sore feet. Sticking to a walking schedule consistently is going to be the best way to achieve success, which is why it's important not to let foot discomfort keep you from achieving your step goals. There are a lot of factors that determine whether walking will be uncomfortable or not for you, but most of it comes right down to the shoes you wear. Shoes which are ill-fitted, tight, and have minimal padding are likely to cause you foot pain if you walk too much. That's why a good solution to this problem is to buy shoes that are one size larger than you would normally wear. This allows you to insert comfortable, thick, gel or memory foam cushioned insoles that will protect the bottom of your feet. This way, you won't experience soreness on the heel or ball of your foot, even if you walk non-stop for an hour or more. Some exceptionally good industry-proven insoles include Vionic Active Insole, Superfeet Carbon Insoles, Dr. Scholl's Massaging Gel Advanced Insoles, Air Plus Orthotic Shoe Insole, Superfeet Green Insoles, Dr. Scholl's Orthotics for plantar fasciitis, Allbirds Women's Runners Insoles, Dr. Scholl's Ultra Cool Insoles, Spenco Polysorb Cross Trainer. This is a trick I discovered after getting sore feet from walking for hours at a time. Thanks to the added cushioning of gel and memory foam insoles, I'm able to walk for 3 hours straight with no rest period before the bottom of my feet begin to start feeling sore. No, I'm not saying that you have to walk for 3 hours at a time to burn calories. That is just what I chose to do on certain days in order to really fast-track my weight loss progress after my body was already accustomed to walking more than 10,000 steps per day. Everybody is different, and you should only do what you feel is best for you. Good places to walk. When it comes to finding good places to walk, there are a ton of options open to you. How appropriate a venue is going to be will depend heavily on how intense you plan on walking. However, it's generally ideal to focus on flat, non-rocky surfaces. Public walking paths are pretty standard options for most people, as they are often either paved or consist of light dirt and are located in easy-to-access areas. Other commonly sought-out locations include walking tracks and gyms and treadmills, both of which come with the added benefit of being next to exercise equipment needed for more potent workout sessions. One incredibly underrated locale for walking is the indoor shopping mall. Indoor shopping malls are great places to get exercise because they are climate-controlled, making them an unbeatable year-round solution. Malls are usually quite large, giving you plenty of room to maneuver in, and the surfaces are flat and easy to walk on. Some indoor malls even have carpeted floors to walk on. These provide many practical advantages which allow you to walk consistently and for long periods of time. Plus, shopping malls don't charge you a fee to walk there like gyms and some parks do. The overall atmosphere of malls can provide some very helpful benefits in addition to some great amenities. Malls are always level, which means you won't have to walk harder to go uphill or walk slower to go downhill, making it a smooth, consistent walking experience. Many shopping malls also play music, which can help relax or energize you during your exercise routine. There are also public restrooms conveniently located throughout the mall, which makes them a better option than walking trails or street sidewalks. Also, unlike many other walking locations, Shopping malls provide constant reminders of your motivations for weight loss. Malls have a litany of stores containing nice-looking clothing that are well fitted to slim mannequins and individuals with conditioned physiques. I remember when I was walking around the mall for exercise, I'd always pass this store that displayed a slim mannequin wearing a really nice designer suit. Every time I passed that suit, I would quietly say to myself, soon, I'll be able to wear a suit like that and look great. There's also a lot of attractive people around worth impressing for either social or romantic reasons, and it's common to see advertisements or posters portraying slim and in-shape, highly attractive models to inspire you to get your own body into tip-top physical shape. When walking, all of these reminders can help you realize the benefits of losing weight and getting into shape. You can see an outfit you really like and imagine yourself wearing it when you achieve your weight loss goal. Or you can see some individuals who frequent stores or employees who work there that you would like to hang out or perhaps even go on a date with. I remember times when I was doing my walk in the shopping mall, I would notice a very attractive woman doing her shopping there, and that would give me even more energy, focus, and determination to keep walking until I finally reached my step goal for that day. By the way, this motivational strategy also works if you're exercising at the gym, since there are usually quite a few attractive people there working out that are already in great shape. Oftentimes when losing weight, we can find it difficult to either reduce the amount of food we eat or exercise frequently because our motivations are usually just so abstract. When at the mall, though, there are tons of visual cues which represent real, tangible goals you can pursue, ultimately providing you with a steady stream of motivation for weight loss. Just be sure to avoid the food court section as much as you can to reduce the temptation to eat junk food and sabotage all the progress that you've made. Chapter 9, Habits and Willpower. How do willpower and self-control impact weight loss? Fact: losing weight is the most popular New Year's resolution year after year, yet most people fail to lose weight. Even so, being overweight is not a telltale sign of weak willpower. Instead, willpower acts as a very complex mental ability that increases and decreases in strength and intensity depending on how much you use it and in what fashion. When it comes to developing a weight loss strategy, the ability to stick to a consistent set of behaviors that results in calorie burning is the primary goal. If reaching this goal is easy, there wouldn't be much need for people to seek out weight loss advice, since they could simply eat less, exercise more, do both of these things consistently for a prolonged period of time, and then reap the benefits of weight loss. Easy peasy, right? Not so fast. Probably the greatest hurdle people end up facing when it comes to maintaining an effective, long-term weight loss plan is the amount of willpower they have at their disposal. Let's face it, losing weight and staying healthy is just as much mental as it is physical. Brace yourself, because I'm about to lay some tough love on you. Many of you have become overweight and obese by turning bad choices into bad habits, and then reinforcing those bad habits over and over and over again on a regular basis. Instead of making the healthy choice of eating nuts or seeds or a piece of fruit for a snack, you made the unhealthy choice of eating ice cream or candy or chips. Instead of making the healthy choice of eating a large salad, you ate a large pizza or a meal from your favorite fast food joint. Instead of making the healthy choice of exercising when you got home from work, you made the unhealthy choice of plopping down onto the couch and watching TV for a couple of hours. Instead of making the healthy choice of eating adequate portions of healthy food for dinner, you made the unhealthy choice of overeating portions of unhealthy food. Instead of making the healthy choice of drinking water when you were thirsty, you made the unhealthy choice of drinking soda or sweet tea or some other beverage that is high in sugar, carbs, and calories. By doing this over and over and over again. You trained your brain to stop making a conscious choice about what you're doing and formed automatic habits. Bad automatic habits. The good news is our brains can be retrained to do the opposite and form good automatic habits over time. Just like bad choices lead to bad habits, which lead to an unhealthy lifestyle and eventually sickness, good choices lead to good habits, which lead to a healthy lifestyle and an increased life expectancy. Sure, when you see and think about food, the area of your brain that is associated with craving and hunger will still be active. But by reinforcing healthy habits day after day, the area of your brain that is in charge of behavioral inhibition and self-discipline will be even more active, helping you to make the right choice instead of the wrong one. It's the reason why millions of people have quit smoking, lost weight, gotten into tip-top shape, gotten out of debt, overcome drug abuse, overcome alcohol abuse, become more productive at work, and so on and so on. Habits can be ignored, changed, or replaced. Bad automatic habits can be replaced by good automatic habits. What exactly is willpower? Willpower is defined by the American Psychological Association as the ability to overcome the influence of short-term desires in order to meet longer-term goals, although it can further be interpreted as the general ability to regulate one's own actions or to avoid impulsive behavior. Willpower is essentially the cornerstone of achieving any meaningful long-term outcomes. Let's face it, if it wasn't for willpower, we'd all be spending our time and energy focusing on things that are easy for us, but not that important to us. Our willpower is what gives us the ability to be disciplined enough to work a full-time job that we may not even like, or save our money, or pay our taxes, or stay faithful to your spouse, or raise your kids, or go to church every Sunday, and so on and so on. Self-control. One of the most important facets of willpower is self-control. Self-control is similar to willpower, except that it's specifically related to the way deliberately made choices impact our behavior. When you exercise self-control, you end up changing your behavior to achieve goals that you want to reach, even if you don't have an immediate desire to do so. For instance, if you're looking to lose weight and don't want to go for a run in the morning, but do so anyway, that's a way you end up using self-control to modulate your behavior. Willpower and self-control are absolutely necessary components of both losing weight and maintaining a healthy weight long-term. But how exactly willpower works isn't exactly simple. Ego depletion. To fully understand how you can stick to a successful weight loss plan, you first need to know not just what willpower is, but how it works. There are many competing theories as to how willpower works, ranging from willpower being a form of information processing to it just being something that exists in different amounts for different people. However, the most compelling theory, one that is most often touted by the psychological community, is the idea of ego depletion. Ego depletion is the idea that willpower is essentially a finite resource. It's simply impossible at any given moment to engage in behaviors that are perceived to require self-control with any degree of consistency. Factors such as how long ago you resisted an impulse, how powerful the impulse was, how much stress you're under, and how long you'll have to wait to receive the benefit of exercising self-control all contribute to the rate at which ego depletion occurs. An example of ego depletion is if someone is a pack-a-day smoker and they try to quit smoking. They might want to have a cigarette when they wake up, but resist the urge to do so. Right after they eat a healthy but very bland breakfast they don't really want to eat, they make the long, stressful commute to work during rush hour traffic. Their urge to smoke a cigarette is present throughout all of this, but their willpower holds strong. That is, until their boss yells at them for something trivial, weakening their willpower to the point of finally giving in and going on a smoke break to calm down. Quitting smoking is hard enough already, but it becomes exponentially more difficult to do so when there are a series of events that would test the patience of any human being. Each successive event that requires willpower causes ego depletion, which makes difficult decisions even more severe. Willpower depleting events specifically impact the anterior cingulate cortex. The anterior cingulate cortex forms the back part of the frontal lobe and is primarily responsible for connecting brain regions that regulate emotion with the areas that are concerned with cognitive tasks. Willpower depletion reduces the amount of activity that can be found here, and this decreased activity ultimately limits your ability to think through problems and come up with reasons or ways to resist impulses, leading you to make gratifying short-term decisions at the expense of long-term goals. Willpower, your mental muscle. Over 200 studies have shown that willpower acts like a muscle and, therefore, has limited strength that can be depleted. It's not just a skill, it's also like a muscle. Your willpower is similar to a muscle in the sense that it can be strong at first, but becomes tired throughout the day as you use more and more of it. If you use most of your willpower at work, doing important tasks, or even tedious tasks like writing emails, then you'll have a lot less willpower at the end of the day to go to the gym to exercise. This is why I always do my workouts first thing in the morning. I know that if I wait until the end of the day after I've worked all day, I won't have the willpower to do my workout because of ego depletion. In many ways, willpower acts like a muscle, with ego depletion being a measure of how tired your willpower muscle is. In a given instance, you only have so much of it at your disposal, and you'll find yourself unable to pursue your goals if you push too hard, too quickly. However, unlike muscle growth, willpower growth is, theoretically, unlimited. The more you practice developing your willpower, the greater amount of self-control you'll be able to exercise during a particular period of time. Why concepts like ego depletion and willpower development are important is because they're ultimately going to form the basis by which you're going to enact your weight loss strategy. Weight loss is rarely easy, and it requires making dozens of everyday decisions that you aren't going to want to make, even if the result of making those decisions is positive. When trying to produce meaningful changes in your habits, you're not going to be able to do everything you want to do all at once. It's just not realistic. Instead, your weight loss journey is going to be limited by how well your willpower is able to keep up with the changes you make. Realistically, you'll have to make certain dietary shifts and form exercise patterns that evolve on a day-to-day basis until you eventually reach the ideal weight loss strategy that will help you achieve your long-term weight loss goal. These dietary shifts and exercise patterns are going to be really important to understand in the context of what your weight loss goals are. Extreme weight loss, in addition to being unhealthy, is unlikely to be very sustainable in the long term, which is why taking a moderate approach is appropriate. The first thing you should do before you engage in any weight loss implementation is to develop an extremely clear weight loss goal that is considered realistic. What realistic qualifies as will vary from person to person, but a safe level of weight loss for most people is 1 to 2 pounds per week. This can be done by reducing your daily calorie intake by 500 to 1,000 calories. Based on this information, you should set goals accordingly, devising both weekly and monthly targets to hit. When losing weight, try and aim for losing about 1 to 2 pounds per week, which averages out to 4 to 8 pounds per month. The monthly target should be what you primarily look at, since monthly goals are subject to a great deal of flexibility. You won't need to keep track of monthly goals nearly as much as weekly goals, and you avoid the pitfalls associated with errors related to tracking daily weight, since factors like water retention can give you inaccurate results. I would recommend losing any more than 2.5 pounds per week max, since doing so can put you at risk of muscle loss, nutritional deficiencies, gallstones, and a decrease in your metabolism. Beyond just helping to track your weight loss, setting goals can have some excellent willpower benefits, as you're not forced to strain over some vague idea of how much weight to lose weekly and monthly. You have hard, set numbers that aren't realistic to reach, and you can achieve your weight loss slowly, methodically, and with lots of leeway. In short, willpower limitations are going to force you to be patient, even if you would like to move quickly. Keep in mind that losing weight is a marathon, not a sprint. You didn't gain 10, 20, 50, or even 100 pounds or more in a matter of days. So you're not going to lose it in a matter of days either. The quickest and easiest way to fail at losing weight is to go on a crash diet. What factors impact your willpower? As you can imagine, the number of factors that impact willpower is quite substantial. Although willpower can be roughly conceptualized as an idea, exactly what it is and how the brain influences it are incredibly complicated. Let's look at some factors that can affect your willpower. Clear motivation. Of all the things that will end up impacting your ability to lose weight, what your ultimate motivation is will determine how consistently you'll be able to stick to a routine and avoid temptations. Having an extremely vague motive for why you want to lose weight isn't going to help to maintain your willpower, since there are going to be very limited ways you can envision weight loss positively impacting your life. Of all the primary reasons why people decide to lose weight, the most commonly cited reasons are improved physical health, improved mental health, improved mood, improved physical appearance, boosted confidence, decreased risk of diseases, decreased risk of joint problems, and increase of energy, increased life expectancy. While many of these motivations to lose weight might be ones you have, it's good to keep note of the fact that they're all pretty vague. When seeking to lose weight, it's absolutely imperative that you come up with very specific reasons that are tailored to your own interests and goals. Anyone can want to look more fit or become healthier, but those broad ideas aren't going to fare well competing with short-term desires and temptations like wanting to eat more or skipping a workout session. When looking to maximize how much willpower you'll have at your disposal, come up with the specific reasons you want to lose weight that are very significant to your own personal life. For instance, instead of wanting to lose weight to get healthier, decide that you need to slim down in order to live longer for the sake of your loved ones, especially if you have young children. Reminding yourself about how people who rely on you for support would be negatively affected by your own debilitating medical conditions or an untimely death due to chronic diseases has the potential to increase your willpower exponentially. Alternatively, if you're looking to lose weight in order to become more physically attractive, instead of focusing on just the vague idea of looking good, try thinking of someone or several people you'd like to impress and possibly become romantically involved with that you'll want to approach once you get into shape. If you're motivated to lose weight in order to wear sexier clothes, then come up with specific outfits that you would really like to be able to wear once you achieve your weight loss goal. You could even post photos of these outfits on your wall or in your car where you'll see them every day, or take photos of the outfits you'd like to be able to wear with your smartphone when you see them at the mall, in magazines, or online. This way of shaping your motivations can be utilized in reference to many different facets of your life, and there's no real limitations as to how you're going to motivate yourself. Having a good motivation, preferably one that is distinct and personally meaningful, is going to help determine how much willpower you can muster right out of the gate. The importance of glucose. The role glucose, also known as blood sugar, plays in self-control has been of particular interest for researchers over the years. The idea that willpower is a finite resource and that its eventual exhaustion is tied to some kind of diminishing pool of energy is an especially popular idea in the medical community. Given how your brain uses glucose as its primary source of energy, it's been logically assumed that the level of glucose in your system will ultimately have an effect on how well you are able to exercise your own willpower. Your brain is by far the organ that requires the most amount of energy to properly function. In fact, as much as 50% of the glucose in your body is used for brain-related functions. Unlike many other parts of the body, the brain is specially designed to contain clumps of cells that fold over each other to maximize the amount of cells present, which is what gives humans their high level of intelligence and exceptional cognitive ability. Your brain cells are dependent on a high level of glucose to efficiently send out neurotransmitters, which facilitate mental and physical functions. This is the reason why the blood-brain barrier has a plethora of GLUT1 glucose transporters, which are proteins that transfer sugar from blood cells to receptive cells in need of energy. The prevalence of GLUT1 makes it difficult for alternative energy sources, like fatty acids and proteins, to fuel brain function. Hypoglycemia, a condition in which blood sugar levels are low, is often associated with brain fog, a reduced capacity for memory, and a short attention span. This condition is commonly found in people who are diabetic or pre-diabetic, since blood sugar stability can be an issue, although it's also found in those who are sporadically energy deprived, such as people who are dieting. If you're prone to hypoglycemia, you need to take significant precautions to ensure your glucose levels are relatively stable, since sudden drops in glucose can severely compromise your ability to think through situations and conjure the energy necessary to make difficult, willpower-related decisions. Understanding how glucose affects the brain is important because it ultimately determines how well you're going to utilize your willpower and how often it will be necessary to do so. Your brain is hardwired to adapt to patterns that aid in survival. If you need to exercise often and go for long periods of time without food, your brain will adapt to that. If you never have to exercise and energy-dense food is always within arm's reach, your brain will get used to that also. Over time, your brain develops neural pathways that correspond with certain habits, behaviors, and environmental conditions. If you're overweight, the likely reason why is because your brain compels you to avoid exercising when you should and eat food you enjoy, even when you're not in need of extra calories. Sugary snacks, anyone? And by the way, this isn't necessarily a linear process. There are going to be dozens of instances every day where your default response to a decision is going to be the wrong one from a weight loss perspective. Using willpower to avoid these bad decisions is going to require a considerable amount of effort and energy, which, as it would happen, is going to be tied to glucose. Low glucose levels aren't going to necessarily mean you can't resist a bad decision or impulse, but it's going to make it a lot harder to, especially when your brain is going to be acting against you so many times throughout the day. There have been a multitude of studies on how glucose levels affect people's ability to see difficult tasks through. One study of 103 undergraduate psychology students, conducted at Florida State University by Matthew Gadio in 2007, found that glucose played a major role in shifting attention from one focal point to another. Participants were asked not to eat 3 hours before an experiment, and blood glucose readings were taken before and after the experiment was conducted. Participants were placed into two separate groups. One group was assigned to simply watch an audioless video where a woman is speaking different words for 6 minutes. This was the control group. The other group watched a similar video, except that a subtitle of the words spoken appeared in the bottom corner of the screen, and participants were instructed to only pay attention to the woman speaking and avoid looking at the subtitle. By analyzing the glucose readings before and after the experiment, researchers found that expending the effort needed to avoid looking at the subtitle reduced glucose levels in the blood considerably, when compared to simply passively looking at the video, suggesting that paying attention and resisting impulses requires a noteworthy amount of energy. In a similar study conducted by the same researchers the same year involving glucose readings, 16 participants were required to take a Stroop test. A Stroop test is a type of exercise where individuals must correctly identify a series of congruent and incongruent stimuli. In this particular case, participants were shown 80 pictures of words surrounded by colors. Some words correctly corresponded with the surrounding color, and others did not. The participants were asked to identify what the surrounding color is in each picture. This type of activity is considered to be frustrating, so it ultimately requires a reasonable amount of willpower to see through. What researchers found was that participants whose glucose levels were lower initially before the experiment ended up experiencing greater decreases in glucose afterward when compared to those with higher glucose levels. The results of the experiment not only indicated that glucose plays a role in the ability to use willpower, but that the effects of low glucose levels compound over time. The lower your glucose is to begin with, the greater rate at which it goes down when you exercise willpower. The way glucose impacts willpower is going to be an incredibly important consideration for your weight loss strategy. Maintaining a steady supply of glucose at all times should be a top priority if you're going to exercise willpower frequently, which will be especially necessary during the beginning stages of your weight loss journey. This is a key reason why eating schedules and adequate sleep are so important. Consuming smaller, healthy meals throughout the day will make sure you maintain a steady, proper blood sugar level. Interestingly enough, sleep deprivation has been linked to heavy blood sugar fluctuations, which is why you need to get an absolute minimum of 6 hours of sleep every night, with 8 hours being the optimum amount for the vast majority of people. Planning ahead. It's always a good idea to plan ahead and make sure you have some pre-packed healthy snacks on hand when you feel your blood sugar levels dropping and your willpower weakening. As a result, I recommend keeping nuts, seeds, or fruit within arm's reach all throughout the day so that you're not tempted to reach for that sugary candy bar or greasy processed potato chips. Almonds, pistachios, walnuts, pecans, and peanuts are good nuts to have nearby. In terms of seeds, I prefer roasted and salted sunflower seeds, but pumpkin seeds, chia seeds, hemp seeds, flax seeds, and pine nuts are also very healthy options. For glucose replenishing fruit, I prefer sweet apples, but just about any fresh fruit will do the job, including watermelon, oranges, pineapple, strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, mangoes, and grapes, just to name a few. Dried fruit, such as dried pineapple rings, dates, raisins, and dried figs are also healthy options. Just make sure that the dried fruit you buy doesn't contain any added sugars. Of course, whether you're snacking on fruit, nuts, or seeds, pay careful attention to how many calories you are consuming during snack time so as not to go over your daily caloric input. Nuts and seeds have a high caloric density, so just a few handfuls can increase your daily calorie count pretty fast. The glycemic index. While you may be aware at this point of how much the amount of glucose you have in your body impacts your willpower, the inverse is also true. The decisions you make potentially influence glucose-related judgments. For instance, your body ends up craving sweet foods whenever you end up exercising self-control for long periods of time. The reason why is because many of your food preferences are dictated solely by your brain's unique nutritional requirements, namely a significant need for glucose. This can present a problem when losing weight, as it means whenever you avoid making bad dietary choices, you end up having to deal with further cravings for sugary, high-calorie foods. A good way to help alleviate this problem is by eating lots of foods that are low on the glycemic index as they're an excellent way to maintain steady blood sugar levels. The glycemic index is a scale that indicates how easily a food can be converted to glucose. Foods in the glycemic index are given a number from 0 to 100, whereas a score of 100 indicates a food that is purely glucose, like sugar, for instance, and a score of 0 indicates that that food will not convert to glucose at all, like eggs, for example. Some choice low glycemic foods you should focus on eating include cabbage, mushrooms, chickpeas, kidney beans, onions, lentils, broccoli, celery, string beans, cauliflower, tomatoes, lemons, limes, soy, brown rice, eggs, chicken, salmon, tuna, plain Greek yogurt, unsweetened soy milk, oatmeal. The glycemic levels of food are an especially important consideration if you're on your period. The reason why has to do with the fact that hormone fluctuations, namely ones having to do with estrogen and progesterone, can promote insulin sensitivity or insulin resistance, depending on which level your hormones are resting at. Generally speaking, increases in estrogen are associated with increased insulin resistance, and increases in progesterone are associated with increased insulin sensitivity. Before their menstrual cycle starts, most women experience a consistent pattern of high glucose or low glucose levels that begin to shift when they actually start their period. If you notice that you have low energy around the time you start your period, it's probably because your glucose levels are abnormally high the week beforehand, which then causes you to experience a glucose crash as a result. This makes the consumption of low glycemic foods important, since it will cause your glucose levels to decrease at a much slower rate, making the impact of glucose fluctuations much less severe. The importance of sleep. The connection between weight gain and lack of sleep has been well understood for a very long time, and in today's world, it's becoming much more common for people to not get enough shut-eye. Sleep deprivation tends to lead to obesity for a variety of reasons, but it mostly boils down to hormonal and metabolic changes. There's been quite a bit of research into the way sleep increases blood sugar levels, with a lack of sleep being associated with increases in cortisol, although where sleep really makes a difference is in relation to inflammation. Lack of sleep causes oxidative stress-induced inflammation and an increase in IL-6 inflammatory markers, both of which result in an increase in insulin resistance, leading to a rise in blood sugar. The time of day a person sleeps also has an effect on insulin and cortisol levels. Beyond the amount of sleep received, quality of sleep also has an impact on blood sugar levels. Obstructive sleep apnea has a tendency to severely limit people's capacity for glucose regulation and is generally associated with higher blood sugar levels. The effect becomes much greater when considering people with diabetes, who experience an even greater inability to effectively manage their blood sugar level due to sleep deprivation. As I'm sure you are well aware of, high-quality sleep is an important part of bodily functioning, and a lack of it is extremely stressful. This causes the release of cortisol, which, as previously mentioned, causes weight gain and increases your appetite. Lack of sleep also leads to increases in ghrelin and decreases in leptin, both of which compel you to eat more. Metabolism is also impacted by sleep, as your basal metabolic rate decreases whenever you don't get enough quality shut-eye, which can also lead to weight gain. Lack of quality sleep can also weaken your defenses against ego depletion, since not getting enough sleep the night before can cause you to feel both physically and mentally exhausted the next day, hampering your ability to deal with stressful situations. To help solve the problem of inadequate sleep, don't look at any electronic devices before you go to bed. Your brain perceives the light coming off of phone and television screens as being the same as sunlight, which confuses your brain into thinking it's still daytime. Also, trying to sleep in rooms that have no windows or rooms that have thick blackout curtains that prevent any incoming light from interrupting your sleep cycle. Additionally, getting moderate intensity exercise at least 1 hour before bedtime is a great way to get yourself all tired out before you're ready to go to sleep. So try and arrange your workout schedule accordingly if you can. Of course, if you already did your exercise in the morning and then worked all day, you may already be plenty tired before bedtime. The following are more recommendations for helping you get a good night's sleep. Go to bed and wake up at the same time each day. Follow a consistent routine at bedtime, such as reading a book, listening to relaxing music, meditating, or taking a warm bath or shower. Make sure your sleep environment is dark, quiet, and cool. Use white noise, such as a fan or relaxing sounds like ocean waves played at a low volume, to mask any unwanted noises that may keep you awake at night. Use comfortable and supportive mattresses and pillows. Use soft and cold bed sheets. Avoid eating any food within 2 to 3 hours of going to bed. Avoid using any stimulants, such as nicotine, caffeine, or alcohol in the afternoon or evening. Exercise frequently. If you're really having trouble getting to sleep or staying asleep, then consider purchasing some all-natural sleep aids. Some excellent all-natural sleep supplements you may want to try include melatonin, passion flower, valerian root, L-theanine, lavender, magnesium, magnolia bark. Melatonin is a hormone that your pineal gland produces naturally. If you decide to start taking melatonin to help you sleep, just be sure to cycle off and on every few weeks, since your body can become so dependent on melatonin supplements that your pineal gland will stop producing melatonin on its own. Your self-awareness and habits. Many of the decisions we make every day are automatic, and it can become overwhelming to exercise willpower constantly when we're not cognizant of what exactly is happening with our own mind, body, and will. This is why self-awareness is so important. Self-awareness is the ability to understand yourself and how you interact with the world around you in a clear, fluid way. It can cover everything from the way you feel to knowing how people will react to your presence. But for weight loss, by far the most important kind of self-awareness is internal self-awareness. This type of awareness, which can be defined as the extent you're able to recognize how your emotions and actions relate to the world around you, is important because it allows you to fully grasp and regulate how your impulses and emotions impact your everyday decisions. Without it, you'll find your willpower being strained to the max due to a lack of insight into how your mind works. Let me give you an example. Let's say there's a bakery or donut shop you drive past every day on your way to work that has an irresistible smell. You might not stop in to make the purchase right away, but the thought of having a calorie-heavy, sweet, sugary pastry lingers in your mind, and you end up purchasing one somewhere else later on. Or, at the very least, you're forced to go through the process of resisting the urge to do so. This process of smelling something and then purchasing an unhealthy snack or resisting the urge to do so can be incredibly subtle and hard to spot, which is why self-awareness is so vital. If you're cognizant of the fact that driving past that bakery ultimately makes you overeat, then you can take steps to mitigate this problem, such as taking another route to work or making sure you fill up on fruit, vegetables, or some other healthy low-calorie snack when you know you'll be driving past the bakery. Another example is the candy vending machine at work, or maybe the soda vending machine is your weakness. Keeping healthy low-calorie snacks or healthier low-calorie drink alternatives on hand at all times can help you resist the urge to fill up on potato chips, cookies, candy bars, and soda pop. On a more basic level, self-awareness will help you understand how your body is changing or not changing in response to your weight loss efforts. When people aren't watching their weight, they're not typically paying attention to their body shape. And when people are watching their weight, they have a tendency to fixate on abstract concepts like body mass index or numbers on a scale. However, simply looking at your body every day in a mirror to get an alternative view of yourself will give you the best possible idea of how your body is responding to food consumption and exercise. Doing this daily is important for several reasons. It will not only reveal to you whether you should cut down your food consumption in the first place, but it will also provide you with the motivation to lose weight by showing you if you need to ramp up your efforts or if you're already on the right track. The former will likely strengthen your resolve, and the latter will reassure you that what you've been doing has been working and that you should keep doing it. So, how exactly can you become more self-aware? It might seem like a good idea to ponder the fundamental reasons as to why you make certain decisions throughout the day. And while this is true to some extent, it's not exactly the best course to develop a truly self-aware mode of thinking. Figuring out the root of why you do what you do is actually quite difficult, if not impossible. This is due to the fact that your mind makes so many random, irrational, and subconscious decisions all the time that you can't realistically be aware of them all. This is why, for the most part, discerning your own motivations through self-reflection isn't going to automatically increase your self-awareness. Instead, a much better way to improve your self-awareness is to take note of all the events and decisions that occur before, during, and after you eat. By analyzing a singular food-related moment, you might develop a vague understanding of your emotions and impulses, but by keeping track of all the noticeable things that occur around the times you eat, you'll be able to better determine exactly why you consume food the way you do. For example, if you notice that you eat lots of sugary snacks a couple hours before the weekly progress report meeting with your boss, that's a pretty good indication that you're probably eating due to stress. If that's the case, then you can avoid doing so just by waiting until after the meeting to have a snack, when you're going to be a lot less nervous and stressed out and in a better frame of mind. By only looking at the fact that you're eating sugary foods, you most likely won't figure out why you're doing so. But by looking at your actions in context to eating those sugary foods, you can make much better informed decisions on how to alter your behavior. Since people make an average of 227 food-related decisions per day, you'll have no trouble finding material for this decision tracking method. Awareness is also important when it comes to habit formation because it creates the foundation for developing new behavioral patterns. I think we all have recurring moments where we decide we should do something for practical or productive reasons, but keep forgetting to do so. This can be a huge issue when it comes to weight loss, because the most effective way to reduce fat and keep it off is to adhere to the right habits and avoid the wrong habits. Self-awareness will allow you to keep track of all the relevant parts of your life related to weight loss habits. Over time, you'll continually make the right weight loss decisions without having to think about it very much. Since you'll be more easily able to incorporate positive behavioral patterns into your life, once you become self-aware, your willpower won't be strained nearly as much, since you'll avoid many of the pitfalls other people run into by default. The habit sequence. When you perform a task the same way over and over again, you form a habit. By executing certain actions the same way regularly, your brain hardwires information about your responses. This is the habit sequence. While habits allow your brain to perform certain actions on autopilot in order to save mental energy for more important tasks, this isn't always a good thing, since a bad habit is just as easy to form as a good habit. There are 3 steps in the habit sequence. They are activator, behavior, reward. Activator. The activator is what triggers the habit. Activators are very influential responses to stimulants in your external environment. For example, the aroma of fresh-baked cinnamon rolls causes a person's mouth to water. The drumbeat of a song causes someone to tap their foot along with the rhythm. The sound of an alarm clock going off in the morning causes a person to get out of bed and go to the bathroom and relieve themselves. 5 of the most common activators are time, location, emotions, people, event. A good example of the time activator is getting up out of bed, going to the bathroom, taking a shower, getting dressed, and then eating breakfast. Because it's morning time, most people are in the habit of doing these things, usually in that order. Or when someone's in their kitchen in the morning, they always make a pot of coffee. But when they're in their kitchen in the evening, they do not. A perfect example of the location activator is when someone is at the movie theater and they buy a tub of butter and popcorn or a box of candy or a large cup of soda. Their brain says, hey, we're at the movies. We always have popcorn at the movies, so it's time for popcorn. Another good example is the gym. Some people always change into their workout clothes at the gym inside the locker room. Other people change into their workout clothes at home before they drive to the gym. A good example of an emotion activator is when someone feels bored because they're watching a boring movie, so they go to the kitchen and make themselves a snack to munch on while they watch the movie. Or someone feels depressed because their boyfriend or girlfriend just broke up with them, so they eat sugary foods to cope with the sadness. Or when a smoker feels stressed at work, they immediately smoke a cigarette to help calm their nerves. A perfect example of the people activator is when someone goes out to dinner with a certain group of friends. They eat more than they should because their friends always order a lot of food. Or an alcoholic that always goes to the same bar, not because the liquor there is better, but because his or her drinking buddies also hang out at that same bar. Or someone that's in the habit of avoiding a certain person at work because that person is always negative or in a bad mood all the time. An example of the event activator is when a person's cell phone starts ringing, they immediately grab it and answer the phone. It doesn't matter if they're driving and it's illegal to be on the cell phone while they're driving. They are in the habit of always answering their cell phone whenever it rings. The same activator can be the dinging sound a person's cell phone makes when they get a text message. This event causes them to immediately read the text message. The key to replacing bad habits with good habits is to figure out what your bad habit activator is and replace it with a good habit activator. For instance, if you know you'll be going to the movie theater to see a movie, eat a full meal right before you go, so you aren't tempted to buy popcorn or a box of candy. Or sneak in a small bag of healthy nuts or seeds or air-popped popcorn to snack on while you watch the movie. Maybe you don't need to replace a bad habit, but you want to form a new good habit. For instance, let's say you want to start going to the gym every morning. You can make your gym clothes or sneakers your activator. For instance, you could place the sneakers you wear to the gym next to the front door the night before. Or you could place your neatly folded gym clothes on a chair in your bedroom. Or put your gym bag on the floor of your bedroom the night before so you can see it as soon as you wake up, which is a signal to your brain that it's time to go to the gym and exercise. Behavior. The behavior is the actual habit that is triggered by the activator. Since I already listed examples of behaviors that are brought on by activators in the activators section, I'm not going to go into great detail about behaviors. Behaviors can be good or bad. For example, as I stated earlier, when a smoker gets stressed at work, they might step outside and have a cigarette to calm their nerves. The work stress is the activator, and smoking a cigarette is the bad behavior. Or when a diabetic person that loves eating chocolate chip cookies walks by a bakery and smells fresh baked cookies, the aroma is the activator, and buying a large bag of cookies and eating them all is the bad behavior. An example of a good behavior is when someone trying to lose weight is at work and gets bored in the afternoon and pulls out a bag of dried fruit to snack on instead of going to the vending machine to buy candy. The activator is the emotion boredom, and the good behavior is snacking on dried fruit they packed ahead of time instead of eating candy. Or when a person is at the shopping mall and starts to feel hungry, they see someone sipping a fruit smoothie. So they walk past the ice cream shop and head straight to the juice bar to grab a smoothie. The activator is seeing the person sipping the delicious fruit smoothie, and the good behavior is walking past the ice cream shop and buying a fruit smoothie instead. Reward. The reward is the thing that causes a person to repeat a behavior because it produces the desired outcome. It is the reward that gives a person positive reinforcement for the desired behavior, which in turn makes it more likely that that person will repeat that behavior, aka habit, in the future, whether it's a good habit or a bad habit. For instance, the smoker is rewarded with a dose of nerve-calming nicotine for the habit of smoking a cigarette on their lunch break at work. The overeater is rewarded with the delicious taste of chocolate and cookie dough for the habit of eating an entire bag of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies every time they walk past the bakery. The jogger is rewarded with an increase of energy and stamina and a healthy dose of feel-good endorphins for the habit of jogging. The husband is rewarded with a very enjoyable Valentine's Day for the habit of buying his wife flowers and a box of chocolates. It's very important to note that once your brain starts to associate a certain behavior with a reward, you'll soon develop a craving for that behavior, even if you aren't aware of it. This is why it is so important to replace certain bad habits with good habits when you're trying to lose weight, so that you don't sabotage your progress. Look, I'm going to be frank with you for a second. Some of you are going to have to replace your bad habits with good habits in order to be able to stay within your daily and weekly caloric deficits and reach your weight loss goal. And let's face it, that is not going to be easy. For some of you, it's going to be downright difficult to replace your bad habits that you've been nurturing for months, years, maybe even decades with good, healthy habits. You're going to have to rethink your relationship with food. Some of you have used food as a way to reward yourself, and that's fine, as long as it's an end-of-the-week reward for staying within your caloric deficit all week. Or if it's a delicious, healthy snack, you reward yourself right after you exercise in order to help keep you motivated during your exercise routine. However, it's not okay to use food as a way to cope with stress, depression, loneliness, boredom, or any other emotional state you self-medicate with using junk food. Instead of using unhealthy sugary snacks full of empty carbs to help you cope with stress, use exercise to help you reduce stress instead. Instead of resorting to unhealthy snacks to help you deal with boredom, take up a hobby you enjoy to keep your mind occupied. If you feel lonely and depressed, seek out some health-conscious people you can socialize with so that you don't feel so lonely, even if that support group is online instead of in person. If you suffer from symptoms of depression, you may want to seek out a doctor that can help you, even if it means going on antidepressants for a while. Trust me, I know what it's like. Back in the day, before my weight loss journey, Ben and Jerry were my two best friends, and we spent a lot of time together, let me tell you. Not to mention, I used to eat pepperoni pizza, cheeseburgers, French fries, and chocolate milkshakes like they were going out of style. But it didn't take away the loneliness I felt, or reduce the stress I was under, or alleviate the symptoms of mild depression. When that sugar-high dopamine rush was over, I was right back to feeling lonely and stressed out again. The only difference was my weight increased even more. Support from others. There are plenty of endeavors worth going at alone in life, but weight loss is definitely one of those things where you should avoid solitude. Weight loss is a difficult thing to do since it fundamentally deprives you of one of the most basic and enjoyable facets of the human condition, eating food, which can partially be alleviated by investing in other parts of your life. Most people are incredibly social, whether they recognize it or not, but don't truly understand the effect their social circles play in their willpower and awareness regarding weight management. Several studies suggest that people whose social connections are overweight will have an increased weight themselves. The reasons why are speculative, but it's generally thought that unhealthy habits become normalized among peer groups, thus encouraging people to give into compulsions which are detrimental from a weight management perspective. These normalized behaviors can include a whole host of things, but typically they include actions like eating large portions of food, eating lots of processed foods, hanging out with people in sedentary settings, and encouraging others to eat more than they should. Additionally, one study, which was conducted by the National Institute on Aging, analyzed the health outcomes and weights of 12,067 participants who had been closely followed for 32 years, from 1971 to 2003, in order to gather information on how demographics and family conditions impact life outcomes. What researchers found was that if someone had a sibling who was obese, their risk for obesity would increase by 40%. If an individual was married to someone who was obese, their obesity risk would increase 37%. And if someone had a best friend or a very close friend who was obese, their obesity risk went up by 171%. That's almost a 200% increase. According to Dr. Nicholas Christakis, a physician and Harvard professor, as well as a lead investigator in the study, one logical explanation for this is that friends affect each other's perception of fatness. In other words, when your close friend becomes obese, obesity may not look so bad to you. You change your idea of what an acceptable body type is by looking at those closest to you. This reminds me of crabs in a bucket. It's a well-known fact that when one crab is placed in a bucket, it's able to easily climb out of that bucket. But when you place a group of crabs in a bucket, whenever one crab tries to climb out, the other crabs will instinctively pull it back down with them so that none of them can escape. As if to say, if I can't escape, then I don't want you to escape either. In general, it seems that who you surround yourself with has a tremendous impact on your ability to maintain your weight. When you're trying to lose weight, it's a good idea to surround yourself with people who are at a healthy weight and practice healthy habits like frequent exercise and regulated eating. If bad company corrupts good character, then good company can help you change your bad habits. This doesn't mean you have to dump your weight challenge friends or anything, but keeping your personal life full of people who encourage your weight loss efforts and act as good role models you want to impress or avoid disappointing will expand your willpower considerably, as there will always be a good motivator present that spreads out into many different areas of your life. If you're concerned about not knowing where to look, excellent places you can meet people who will help facilitate your weight loss include gyms, exercise trails, health food stores, and online health and wellness communities. Meeting with people in these places, and even in more abstract venues like online forums, gives you the opportunity to communicate with others about your weight loss and health goals. Specifically, it allows you to receive feedback in response to the failures you experience. The road to success is littered with failure, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. But you're not going to fully realize your mistakes and learn how to correct them unless you share them with like-minded people who you trust and respect the opinion of. When you get into the habit of conversing with people trying to stay in shape, or individuals who have successfully managed to do so for a very long time, you'll get the support and advice necessary to maximize your weight loss efforts. Plus, nobody likes to admit to others that they've failed at something. By joining a weight loss community where you hold each other accountable and force yourself to admit to others that you failed reaching your short-term goal today or this week or this month, you'll be more motivated to work harder the following day, week, or month so that you can share your short-term and long-term successes and inspire others. On the flip side, you may also want to consider losing weight alongside someone else that is looking to do the same. Analysis of weight loss data shows that while receiving assistance in the form of a coach, dietitian, or doctor does have some weight loss effect, the decision to lose weight alongside someone else or in a group results in substantially more weight reduction. On average, people who lost weight alongside others reduced their body weight by 4.2 pounds and stood a much greater chance, roughly 58%, of losing 5% or more of their body weight. Making weight loss a group activity instead of a solitary one is generally effective because it provides a consistent and immediate incentive to lose weight, which can provide the boost you need to see tasks through or avoid overeating in lieu of the benefits of long-term goals. When you lose weight with others, there becomes a serious, personal, social expectation that you succeed. If you fail to do what you're supposed to do, the results can be very disappointing, since there was a belief that you could push yourself to new heights and surpass your shortcomings, which, at least temporarily, turns out to be incorrect. Subsequently, you'll make sure you put in lots of effort to push yourself harder the next time, stretching and strengthening your willpower more and more. Counter-regulatory eating behavior. Unlike a lot of other factors that impact how much willpower you have in an abundance of smaller situations that add up over time, counter-regulatory eating behavior has the potential to throw your diet completely into freefall. Counter-regulatory eating behavior is classified as a type of food consumption in which someone eats more food after having just eaten. This kind of behavior is the opposite of regulatory eating behavior, in which someone reduces their food intake after having just eaten so as to not eat more calories than is needed for maintaining proper body function. Counter-regulatory eating behaviors can be seen with pretty much anyone, but they're most often seen among people engaging in inhibited eating, which is when someone deliberately consumes only certain types of food or in certain amounts. In other words, people who are going on a diet. The general logic behind why this kind of eating behavior occurs is that people who are pursuing some form of calorie restriction are dead set on maintaining a calorie deficit. When their plan for calorie reduction is self-sabotaged by consuming something like a big bowl of ice cream or several slices of chocolate cake, they end up with an overwhelming sense that not eating the foods they want to is completely pointless, since they've just failed to stick to their diet anyway. This thought process has often been labeled as the "what the hell" effect, which is a description of how someone decides to give up on their diet, at least temporarily, when faced with a recent failure to stick to their calorie-restricted eating plan. They figure, oh, what the hell, I've already blown my calorie deficit for the day, so I might as well just give up and enjoy myself and just eat the remaining 2 slices of cake, or the remaining tub of ice cream, or 3 more donuts, etc. The what the hell effect is actually a major contributor to binge eating, which can be described as eating an unnecessarily large amount of food in a short period of time. Binge eating is considered to be a type of uninhibited eating and can be influenced by a considerable number of factors, usually social ones. In public settings, it's generally considered taboo to eat large quantities of food within a short period of time. In many cases, this can curb overeating, but the discomfort or shame people feel when they eat too much can actually make the prevalence of binge eating as a result much more severe, since counter-regulatory eating behaviors get kicked into overdrive. When faced with the reality that they've broken their diet plan, even just a little bit, the decision to eat even more food can be very common. This is usually due to the unpleasant feelings that result from failing to stick to a diet plan, which, in turn, causes someone to consume even more calorie-dense food to cope with the ensuing emotional stress. The root causes of binge eating vary, but among most people, the reasons are stress and depression, stemming from 3 primary factors. Psychological factors. Binge eating is fundamentally a coping mechanism designed to deal with uncomfortable or painful feelings. When someone experiences a surge of negative emotions or experiences failure because of those emotions, binge eating is often a go-to option for relief, since it's very easy to do Chemical factors. Dopamine is one of the most powerful neurotransmitter chemicals related to feelings of euphoria. High-calorie foods, such as those with lots of sugar and fat, release huge surges of dopamine in your brain. When people feel down, this dopamine surge helps them feel better, which is why binge eating becomes a problem, as it releases exceptionally high levels of dopamine. Unfortunately, this neurotransmitter increase can become addictive over time, and the brain begins to chronically crave high dopamine levels. Sociocultural factors. In an ironic sense, the societal preference for weight management, moderated eating, and a slim, healthy physique can actually cause people to eat more, despite a considerable incentive not to. When people believe they're failing to live up to societal expectations regarding their relationship with food, the result is often a drop in dopamine and serotonin, which can be immediately alleviated by unhealthy food consumption, resulting in binge eating. While binge eating can be a serious issue, it can be avoided a considerable amount of time by adhering to the acronym THINK, or THINK, which stands for true, helpful, inspiring, necessary, kind. The next time you feel like you're about to go on an eating binge, ask yourself whether your binge-related feelings are truly important, whether they're actually helpful for solving your problems, if they inspire you to make good decisions, if it's really necessary to placate them, and if you're being kind to yourself by catering to them. From a weight loss point of view, counter-regulatory eating behavior presents a rather substantial threat to reaching your desired weight loss goal. However, there are things you can do to mitigate this problem. Counter-regulatory eating is going to be a major test to your willpower, so it's a good idea to think critically about how you consume food. Flexing your willpower to avoid overeating in the first place is going to be your first and best defense against succumbing to the what the hell effect. But in the event that you do find yourself overstepping your calorie limit, don't panic. Tell yourself that it's okay and not the end of the world, and that you'll compensate for this brief lapse of willpower by consuming less calories tomorrow so that you can keep your calorie restriction on track. If your willpower is exhausted and you absolutely have to eat something, try to go for the healthiest options possible. Sweets are a common food choice during binge eating sessions, so instead of going for something like pie or ice cream, try to eat something like fruit, which will give you the sugar you're craving, but will also contain lots of fiber to make you full and keep your blood sugar level from spiking. However, if you still crave ice cream, make it a fruit smoothie out of frozen fruit, like strawberries, raspberries, blackberries, blueberries, mango, and pineapple blended together with 1 cup of 2% milk. This way, you'll get a sweet, fiber-filled frozen treat with the same consistency as a milkshake, but without all the sugar and fat. How can you improve your willpower over time? Now that the importance of willpower in regard to weight loss has been established, you may be asking yourself, can my willpower be increased over time? Fortunately, the answer is yes. There are actually a number of ways you can build up your willpower muscle, so to speak. It's not going to be easy, but it can definitely be done. In the next chapter, I'm going to discuss some very powerful willpower hacks that will help you build up your willpower muscle. Chapter 10, Willpower Hacks. Develop a pre-commitment strategy. Commitment is an issue everyone faces in one way or another, which is why it's important when there's something you absolutely have to do, you devise a pre-commitment strategy. Similar to placing an alarm clock far away from your bed before you go to sleep, so you can't hit the snooze button in the morning and end up waking up too late. A pre-commitment strategy involves making an immediate sacrifice that puts you in a position where you're disincentivized to avoid doing a particular task. Pre-commitment strategies aren't exactly necessary for achieving your goals, but their implementation can definitely help to get the ball rolling when it comes to things you're reluctant to do. A prime health-related example of pre-commitment is the decision to throw out any high-calorie junk food you have in your house when you decide to go on a diet. Of course, you can definitely start your weight loss journey with junk food around, but the temptation of having unhealthy food within arm's reach will put a tremendous amount of strain on your willpower. By removing all the junk food from your house, when you do suddenly feel the urge to have an unhealthy, high-calorie snack or sugary drink, it's going to be difficult to do so, since you'll be forced to go all the way to the store or a fast food restaurant in order to satisfy your craving. By making the immediate sacrifice to get rid of all your non-diet friendly foods, you put yourself in a position where it's difficult rather than easy to give in to temptation. Of course, it's not enough to just get rid of all the junk food in your kitchen. You'll want to replace all that junk food with healthy, low-calorie, low-carb substitutes as well. For example, instead of keeping milk chocolate candies and candy bars in your pantry or refrigerator, buy dark chocolate that contains a high percentage of cocoa. Not only is high-quality dark chocolate usually lower in sugar, saturated fat, and calories, but it comes packed with other nutritional benefits missing in milk chocolate. Dark chocolate that contains a high percentage of cocoa, usually 70% or higher, is packed with iron, zinc, copper, magnesium, protein, fiber, and antioxidants, including polyphenols, flavonols, and catechins. Substitute deep-fried potato chips with either low-calorie baked potato chips, like Kettle Brand's sea salt baked potato chips, or low-calorie organic tortilla chips, like Late July's assortment of flavored tortilla chips, or Garden of Eaton's tortilla chips. Instead of oil pop popcorn, buy the healthier, low-calorie air pot popcorn made by Skinny Pop, Boom Chicka Pop, Smart Food, or Cape Cod. On a side note, I want to tell you about an acquaintance of mine that lost a staggering 120 pounds, going from 285 pounds all the way down to 165 pounds by following what he calls the popcorn diet. He simply ate air-popped popcorn right before breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then had 1 cup of air-popped popcorn in the evening as a snack. The reason this worked is because the air-popped popcorn is low in calories, but relatively high in fiber, which made him feel somewhat full before he even started eating his main meal. You can execute the same strategy with just about any food that is low in calories but high in fiber, such as fresh vegetables like lettuce, spinach, cabbage, celery, carrots, and broccoli. It doesn't matter if they're raw or cooked. You can also use high-fiber, low-calorie fruit like raspberries, zucchini, banana peppers, prickly pears, Asian pears, and star fruit. Personally, I prefer to drink a full glass of water no sooner than 30 minutes before my meal to help me feel satiated before I start eating. Oh, and in case you're wondering, my friend has been able to keep the weight off for years by managing his daily calorie intake. He doesn't eat popcorn anymore, though. He got sick and tired of it. Salted and roasted sunflower seeds and pumpkin seeds are another great healthy alternative to unhealthy snacks. So are almonds, walnuts, peanuts, pistachios, pecans, and many other nuts. Just keep in mind that nuts and seeds are high in calories, so be careful of how many of them you eat at a time. Instead of keeping ice cream in your freezer, I would encourage you to keep bags of frozen fruit in your freezer and buy a high-quality blender to make frozen fruit smoothies with. Walmart sells an assortment of 1-pound and 2-pound bags of frozen fruit at very reasonable prices. I like to add slices of frozen pineapple, mango, strawberries, and blackberries to my blender with 2 cups of 2% milk and blend it all together into a delicious fruit smoothie. That way, I not only get a delicious sweet treat that has the same consistency as a milkshake, but it's chock full of vitamins, minerals, and cancer-fighting antioxidants. And since it's a fruit smoothie and not just fruit juice, you're getting the benefits of all that fiber, which will slow down your digestion, helping you to feel full longer, and preventing the high fructose content in the fruit from spiking your blood sugar. You can also try substituting ice cream with yogurt, but just keep in mind that most yogurts are high in sugar and therefore contain a high number of calories and carbs. Your best bet is to buy plain yogurt that has very little sugar, is low in calories, and high in protein. Sweeten it up with your choice of fresh fruit slices or berries. You can even add some flax seeds for even more protein, since protein helps you feel full longer. Or add some delicious nuts like walnuts or pecans for even more flavor. I recommend that you buy yogurt that has a high amount of active cultures, since the healthy bacteria is good for your gut and aids in digestion. Now, when it comes to substituting soft drinks, sweet tea, and any other drinks high in sugar or artificial sweeteners, I'll tell you one of my best kept secrets. Vitamin water, zero sugar, a packet of stevia, and Kool-Aid unsweetened powder packets. You can have your sweet drink with absolutely 0 calories, no sugar, and only 5 grams of carbs. What I do is take a bottle of vitamin water, zero sugar lemonade flavor. You could also use purified water or spring water instead of vitamin water if you prefer. I then add 1 packet of stevia, and I use the brand called Stevia in the Raw. And finally, I add half a packet of whatever flavor of Kool-Aid unsweetened powder packet I feel like having. I'm partial to their tropical punch, pink lemonade, cherry, and strawberry flavors, but that's just me. Then I shake the bottle to mix everything together, and I'm good to go. Make sure you buy the individual Kool-Aid unsweetened powder packets and not the large containers of Kool-Aid powder, since it's the individual powder packets that have 0 sugar, 0 calories, and only 1 gram of carbs or less. I'll warn you, though, that most of the Kool-Aid unsweetened powder packets have maltodextrin listed in the ingredients, which is very high on the glycemic index and will most likely cause your blood sugar to spike. So, if you're diabetic, pre-diabetic, or insulin resistant, then I would encourage you to just buy vitamin water, zero sugar, since they come in an assortment of delicious flavors. Add a packet of stevia if you want to sweeten it up a bit more, and skip the Kool-Aid unsweetened powder packets. The only Kool-Aid unsweetened powder packets that don't have maltodextrin listed in the ingredients, as of the writing of this book, are the tropical punch, cherry, strawberry, and lemon lime flavors. The choice is yours. Either way, when you're trying to lose weight, it's still a much better alternative to drinking soda, sweet tea, or any other drink that is high in calories and sugar or artificial sweeteners. If you are partial to drinking iced tea, then you could buy unsweetened iced tea that contains 0 grams of sugar and add stevia to make the iced tea taste sweet. Other good examples of pre-commitment strategies in action include strategic brushing. Food, especially sweet food, tends to taste pretty bad when eaten after you've brushed your teeth. The reason for this is that most toothpastes contain sorbitol or sodium saccharin, which are artificial sweeteners that overload your taste buds, making any food you consume taste unpalatable. If you feel the urge to consume an unhealthy snack, then try quickly brushing your teeth. You can always give in to temptation, but the end result is going to be far from flavorful and satisfying. Brushing your teeth immediately after dinner to prevent snacking later works especially well, since you probably won't feel like going through all the trouble of having to brush your teeth again before you go to bed. Buying healthy food. Being too tired to make food is a common issue most people face in their day-to-day lives, and it's one of the primary reasons why junk food is such a popular dinner option. If you purchase a ton of healthy food at the beginning of every week, preferably highly perishable whole foods like fresh fruits and vegetables, you'll have a surplus of diet-friendly food to make healthy meals with. However, if you don't eat all that perishable food within a relatively short time frame, you'll be out a lot of money and end up having to clean up a ton of rotten, smelly leftover mess out of your refrigerator. This will encourage you to avoid eating junk food, since the immediate consequences of doing so are largely negative. Gym memberships. If you're planning on making exercise a major component of your weight loss strategy, then going to a gym is likely going to be a part of your routine. Make sure to get a paid gym membership, paid annually if possible. The reason for this is because gyms aren't exactly cheap, and by purchasing a membership up front, you'll be out quite a bit of money. By paying for an annual gym membership up front, you'll be much more motivated to go to the gym and exercise, so you won't be wasting your hard-earned money. Carrying water. Hydration is important, and when dieting, drinking water can provide some relief from hunger pains, even if only for a little while. When doing things throughout the day, water isn't always within reach, which is why it's imperative to be prepared. Keeping a water bottle or two on your person at all times will give you the opportunity to drink water anytime you feel the dreaded hunger pains starting to kick in. Plus, the fact that water is on hand will help keep you from making bad dietary decisions. By the way, many times when you think you're hungry, you're really just dehydrated. Drinking an 8-ounce glass of water or some other healthy, low-calorie, low-carb drink is very effective at ridding your hunger pains and making you feel satiated. If the thought of drinking plain old water all throughout the day leaves you with a bad taste in your mouth, no pun intended, try adding orange peels or a flavor powder that contains 0 calories and 0 sugar to the water to make it more palatable. Me personally, I love the taste of ice-cold spring water. Pre-commitments often go hand in hand with self-awareness and temptation strategies. Temptation strategies are very specific plans you devise in the event that something happens which can put your weight loss goals at risk. These temptation situations typically involve food items being seen or smelled when you're out and about, walking slowly past the food court at the mall and getting a whiff of fast food, or staring a little too long at the candy bars in the checkout aisle at the grocery store are just 2 examples off the top of my head. Your temptation strategies should be written out ahead of time and should be very specific to each situation you may come up against. For example, your temptation strategy would be written out to show the temptation and then the solution. For example, if X happens, then I'll do Y. Having a plan already written out prevents you from having to expend too much effort thinking about what to do when the situation presents itself, and therefore reduces ego depletion and conserve your willpower. For example, I'll keep a box of raisins with me at all times, so if I'm out and about and I get hungry and feel the urge to buy something sugary and high in calories to snack on, the temptation, I'll eat the box of raisins instead. The solution. You could also substitute a pack of sugarless, 0-calorie gum for the box of raisins in that scenario if you wanted to. A good temptation strategy is to carry around something sweet, like a small bag of freeze-dried fruit, nuts and seeds, or sugar-free gum, and then consume it the second you see or smell something sweet and tempting, such as soft pretzels, warm donuts, hot fudge, cinnamon rolls, candy bars, etc. This way, you'll immediately be satisfied by a tasty food item that has little to no calories, instead of giving into temptation and jeopardizing your daily calorie deficit. Pre-commitments are a useful part of the temptation strategy toolbox, as they can provide you with the means to prepare for adverse situations in such a way that you'll be compelled to do the right thing, even if you don't want to. Pre-commitments are an incredibly useful way to build up your willpower, as it puts you in the habit of making immediate decisions that you might otherwise spend a long time agonizing over. They essentially speed up the rate at which your willpower muscle gains strength, since it puts you in positions you wouldn't normally like to be in, but are ultimately forced to go through. This helps to improve your ability to withstand unpleasant situations relatively quickly. Practice delayed gratification. Another very effective tool for strengthening your willpower is delayed gratification. Delayed gratification, also known as delayed discounting, is when you decide to sacrifice an immediate desire for the sake of a long-term reward that takes time to reach. If this sounds familiar, it's because weight loss is basically a form of delayed gratification. However, while weight loss can take weeks or months before you start to feel a sense of gratification, many forms of delayed gratification can have a much shorter time frame, like a couple of hours or a couple of days. Delayed gratification is an excellent way to improve willpower, as it takes many of the exhausting components of exercising willpower and decreases their frequency and severity. One common scenario people run into when losing weight is having a sudden craving for junk food items like cake, ice cream, or candy. These cravings can hit at any time when you least expect it, and while it's possible to overcome them, it can be quite difficult, since really the only things preventing the consumption of junk food is pure willpower and the dieter's philosophy that junk food should not be eaten. Delayed gratification helps with this, as it provides you with a short-term goal you can focus on that won't strain your willpower for an extended period of time. Delayed gratification can be practiced in several ways, but the most common way is to tell yourself out loud that you don't have to give in to an immediate temptation because your craving will be satisfied soon in the not-so-distant future. It's a good idea to speak out loud when doing this in order to reinforce your willpower. For instance, you might want to buy a pre-made cake while you're at the grocery store because it caught your eye, but you remember you're going to a birthday party the day after tomorrow, so you can eat plenty of cake then. Instead of just denying yourself something you enjoy, you can transfer your desire to a more appropriate time instead. So you could say, I'll just wait and have the cake the day after tomorrow at the birthday party, so I can get closer to achieving my weight loss goal now. Then feel free to reach for that bag of dried fruit, nuts, seeds, or pack of sugar-free gum you're carrying with you to give yourself an even better chance of delaying the gratification of the cake. Do you see what I just did there? I threw in a temptation strategy. Brilliant. Alternatively, you can de-emphasize the importance of a desire you have by replacing it with something similar but more appropriate. In other words, if you like eating cake because it makes you happy, try to pick something else that makes you happy as an alternative and do that at a later date. What form this alternative takes could be anything you enjoy, although preferably it would be something non-food related, such as watching a movie or television show, playing video games, going for a short walk, or buying something you've been eyeing for a while. This option has the added benefit of not having to seek potentially diet-compromising foods as part of your delayed gratification strategy. The key is to get the thought of eating junk food out of your mind by replacing that thought with a distraction until that thought finally passes and you're no longer tempted to give in to instant gratification. The use of delayed gratification is incredibly advantageous and powerful because it fundamentally shifts your perspective on weight loss from one of constantly having to make a long series of unwanted short-term sacrifices to simply restructuring the way your mind works. Develop a reward system. In a somewhat similar vein to delayed gratification, it's always a good idea to develop a reward system for engaging in difficult exercise or avoiding temptation. Rewards are important because it's easy to lose sight of a goal that won't be reached for 6 months or a year. Which rewards you should go with for adhering to a weight loss plan and how often you reward yourself is going to vary from person to person. But it's normal for people to have a weekly reward when dieting. This reward typically takes the form of what is commonly referred to as a cheat meal, in which someone gets to eat whatever they want in one sitting. A reward meal is a meal you eat once a week, in which you throw caution to the wind and just chow down on whatever food you feel like chowing down on, without any regard for calories or carbs. While this seems appealing on the surface, it does have tremendous potential for compromising your dietary progress. So you'll need to prepare for the excess calorie intake or high glycemic foods you consume accordingly. This is why I recommend that you start off with a cheat meal each week instead of giving yourself an entire cheat day, as some dieters tend to do. After you reach 3/4 of your weight loss goal, then I'd say it's okay to have an entire cheat day once a week, since you're well over the weight loss hump and on your way to achieving a goal. However, if you find yourself slipping into your old eating habits and unable to lose any more weight, I would encourage you to go back to only having one cheat meal each week. I prefer to have a reward meal, most commonly known as a cheat meal, on the weekends, like pizza, or a semi-healthy dinner and then a big bowl of ice cream for dessert. But, and I can't stress this enough, only if I earn the reward meal first by achieving my weight loss goal for that week when I weigh myself. By the way, notice that I said reward meal and not reward meals or an entire reward day, which would be 3 or more meals. If you feel like you don't have the self-discipline to only eat one reward meal in one sitting and not save any leftovers for later on, then a helpful tip is to always eat your reward meal at a restaurant where you can only order one meal and must eat it there without getting any leftovers to go, instead of ordering takeout like pizza or Chinese food or fast food, where you could order too much and then save the leftovers for a second meal the following day. A reward meal can only be one meal you can only eat in one sitting. So, with that being said, having one meal a week where you get to consume junk food instead of complex carbohydrates, vegetables, and lean proteins will do wonders for keeping your willpower going strong for long periods of time. If you're craving something that you shouldn't eat, you can simply postpone consuming it until you're ready to eat your cheat meal at the end of the week. This will give your willpower a break because you'll eventually get what you want while simultaneously strengthening it by teaching you to tolerate delayed rewards. The reason I prefer to call them reward meals instead of cheat meals is because the word cheat often has a negative connotation associated with it. The point of the reward meal is to give yourself a mental break so you don't go completely bonkers from eating salad, tofu, and celery sticks with the wheatgrass chaser all week and start binge eating everything in sight. Essentially, it's a reward you give yourself for being self-disciplined and staying within your calorie deficit all week and reaching your weekly weight loss goal. By the way, not only does a reward meal help you keep your insanity intact while you continue to stay in a long-term caloric deficit, but studies have shown that right after you eat a reward meal, your body's metabolism actually increases, causing you to burn calories faster. Research has shown that the reason for this boosted metabolism has to do with the increased levels of leptin, the hormone secreted by fat cells that is responsible for regulating appetite and maintaining your body's energy balance. Having a sudden increase of calories that the body isn't used to having will actually help your body maintain the energy levels it needs to continue dieting and exercising. The most popular reward meals among those trying to lose weight are pepperoni pizza, a bacon cheeseburger with a side of French fries and a milkshake, macaroni and cheese, spaghetti and meatballs, Chinese takeout, chicken wings with ranch dressing, pancakes with butter and maple syrup, a bowl of ice cream, donuts, and alcoholic drinks. However, you may want to give up certain foods altogether until you achieve your weight loss goal, so this will keep you motivated to the very end. I completely gave up my all-time favorite food, pepperoni pizza, until I reached my goal weight. I also completely gave up ice cream during my weight loss journey. While it took an immense amount of willpower to do so, especially during the summer season, giving up 2 of my favorite foods altogether until I achieved my goal motivated me to achieve my weight loss goal as quickly but safely as possible. And let me tell you, that first bite of pepperoni pizza after an 8-month hiatus was downright scrumptiddly-umptious. For extremely significant weight loss goals, such as sticking to a weight loss plan for an entire year or more, you can develop a similar reward system involving food, but it might be more effective to pick something emotionally significant that lies at the core of your weight loss journey. If, for instance, you lost quite a bit of weight because you wanted to look more attractive, you can do something to reward yourself, like going clubbing or attending a major social event to interact with other people who will likely compliment you on your slimmer, sexier physique. This type of reward might be abstract, but it's likely to be more meaningful to you than anything that's material. Plus, getting compliments from other people, especially people you find very attractive or look up to, can be a great motivator to continue working hard and staying disciplined until you finally reach your ultimate weight loss goal. Once you do finally reach your goal, Getting compliments on your physique and how good you look in your new clothes can be a great motivator to continue maintaining your healthy weight as well. Remember, achieving success is a great incentive to achieve even more success, because most people feel happy when they achieve a goal they set for themselves. While having a reward meal at the end of the week helps you to stay focused and achieve your weekly goals, you can also use daily rewards to help you replace bad habits with good habits. For example, let's say you're finding it hard to motivate yourself to go to the gym and exercise every day for 5 days a week. You can motivate yourself to exercise by rewarding yourself with the healthy but delicious snack immediately after you finish your exercise routine. This trains your brain to signal to your body that you must do the exercise in order to get the reward afterwards. Do the exercise, get the reward. This strategy can be very effective at motivating you to exercise each day, but the key is to reward yourself with a delicious but healthy snack. That means that you don't eat half a dozen glazed donuts, or a bowl of ice cream, or a slice of chocolate cake, etc., right after you finish exercising. The healthy snack that I chose to reward myself with after burning 300 calories walking was a chocolate protein shake and 2 servings of peanut butter that only contained peanuts and salt in the ingredients, no sugar. I would spoon the peanut butter straight out of the jar while drinking the chocolate protein shake. However, I made sure that I didn't consume more than 2 servings of peanut butter, since 1 serving alone is 200 calories. Plus, the protein shake I drank only contained 6 grams of sugar, and let me tell you, I couldn't wait to burn those 300 calories exercising on an empty stomach, so I could drive straight home and reward myself with a chocolate protein shake and 2 servings of peanut butter. Self-monitor. Self-monitoring is important from a willpower perspective because it presents a sort of progress bar with which you can measure your slow but steady success. Without a way to consistently see how well you're doing at achieving your weight loss goal, your willpower is going to be stretched pretty thin. Much of your weight loss journey is going to consist of resisting the urge to do what you want without seeing highly noticeable and visible reasons as to why. Self-monitoring can keep you on track and also keep you from getting discouraged and quitting, since you'll be able to see little wins here and there along the way to the big win of finally achieving your weight loss goal. This self-monitoring component is hardly insignificant, as many research studies have shown. One particular study at the University of South Carolina, Chapel Hill, had 47 participants monitor their weight and behaviors over the course of 6 months, with 51% of the participants measuring their weight every day and the rest measuring their weight haphazardly, on average about every 5 days. Researchers found that those who weighed themselves daily experienced much greater weight loss than those who didn't, with an average weight loss of 6.1 kilograms or 13.5 pounds. Of course, self-monitoring doesn't always require having a scale to weigh yourself with. It can also include the use of clothing to see your weight loss over time. People who are at a particular weight are accustomed to having their clothing fit and feel a certain way, and when they lose weight, everything begins to feel loose. However, in instances where people don't get to experience this effect, increases in weight are the norm. An analysis by the renowned Cornell professor Brian Wansink showed that prisoners who were housed in jail for an average of 6 months experienced an average weight gain of 20 to 25 pounds, despite adequate opportunities to exercise and being forced to eat relatively unappetizing food. The researchers discovered that the reason for this was that the baggy jailhouse uniforms made it difficult for prisoners to monitor their weight due to the fact that they couldn't feel their bodies pressing up against their clothing as they continued to gain weight, since there were no buttons to strap, no belts to fasten, and no zippers to zip up. Personally, I recommend that you buy a digital scale and weigh yourself every morning before you eat or drink anything, and with as little clothing on as possible, preferably in the nude. That way, you get a more accurate measure of your weight. It's important to weigh yourself wearing the same type of clothing, or no clothing at all, and to weigh yourself at the same time of day each day in order to get a consistently accurate measure of your current weight. weighing yourself without any clothes on first thing in the morning, after you haven't eaten or drank anything for the past 8 hours on a Monday, and then weighing yourself with all your clothes on before you go to bed after dinner 2 days later on Wednesday, will give you an inconsistent result to measure your progress by and will most likely discourage you, because the scale will probably show that you weighed less on Monday morning than you do on Wednesday evening, even though you were strict in sticking to your caloric intake on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The reason? In addition to the clothes on your body adding extra weight, your body will also likely be full of food, liquid, and possibly even fecal matter Wednesday evening, depending on when it was the last time you went number 2. During my weight loss journey, I'd weigh myself in the nude after I woke up and empty my bladder, but before I ate breakfast. Every time the scale showed that I lost 3 or more pounds, I'd take a photo of that number with my phone and upload it to the progress tracker in the MyFitnessPal app to help keep me motivated to lose even more weight until I finally reach my goal. By the way, I encourage you to take a photo of your body every time you lose 25% of your weight in pounds. So for example, let's say you weigh 250 pounds like I did, and your goal is to lose 80 pounds. 25% of 80 pounds is 20 pounds. So when you lose 20 pounds and get down to 230 pounds, you would take a photo of your body. This serves 2 purposes. It allows you to keep better track of your weight loss progress, and it allows you to celebrate your small victory, which motivates you to keep going and lose even more weight. Now, okay, maybe it serves 3 purposes. Anyway, seeing yourself slimmer and being able to look at that photo when you're getting discouraged will encourage you to keep going and lose another 20 pounds, bringing you even closer to achieving your weight loss goal. Scale anxiety, what is it? While we're on the subject of self-monitoring, I want to take a moment to quickly discuss scale anxiety. It's not an issue that affects everyone, but for some people, gravitophobia is a real fear, which is better known as scale anxiety, or the fear of stepping on the scale. Chapter 11, Other Weight Loss Strategies. What are some additional strategies to help you lose weight? Counting calories and exercising regularly are good starting points, and while they are technically sufficient on their own, it's a good idea to supplement your weight loss plan with some additional strategies to really maximize your results. Here are a few strategies that I implemented into my own weight loss plan that were extremely effective at helping me to stay on track and achieve my weight loss goals. Eat frequent but smaller meals. Calories are important, but the way you space out the food you eat is an important consideration too. Let's face it, when it comes to eating, some people just need to exercise portion control in order to stay within their daily caloric limit, whether it's decreasing the actual size of their food portions or only eating 1 portion of food per meal instead of going back for second and third helpings. A serious issue impacting people when they steadily lose weight over time is how cravings or feelings of hunger can build up. This can easily lead to overeating, as people end up consuming substantially more than they normally would due to the perceived severity of hunger sensations. A good way to avoid this is to eat food more frequently throughout the day, but in smaller amounts. Typically, when this strategy is used, people cut their meals in half. So instead of eating 3 large meals a day, they end up eating 6 smaller meals. Eating 6 small meals, evenly spaced throughout the day, helps limit the severity of hunger by not letting it get out of control. You might feel just as hungry overall, but the difference in the amount of time between your meals can help you manage your hunger much better. If you don't eat for 4 to 6 hours, you're going to be really hungry. And if you're doing any sort of calorie restriction, you might have already surpassed your allotted calorie intake, so you won't be able to make your hunger go away without compromising your diet. With small, evenly spaced meals, though, you'll only have an average of 2.5 hours between meals. This makes sure you'll always have food around the clock, won't have hunger that's out of control, and you'll be much less inclined to eat too much. The thermal effect of food. In addition, small, more frequent meals have a tendency to increase thermogenesis, which has an increased metabolic effect. Thermogenesis is the process by which the body heats itself up, sometimes through hormonal changes, but other times due to food consumption. The thermal effect of food, or TEF, is the sum required amount of energy needed to break down food. When food is consumed, the body ends up heating up through the metabolic processes required for nutrient breakdown and absorption. Thermogenic reactions are heavily concentrated around eating sessions, since that's when nutrient breakdown is most intense. Eating more frequent meals makes these thermogenic reactions and the metabolic reactions that go along with it more common, which ends up burning more calories regardless of physical activity. Some of the calories provided in the foods you consume are needed to digest, absorb, metabolize, and store the leftover food, while some calories are burned off as heat. The macronutrients, fat, carbohydrate, and protein, each require a different amount of thermal energy to digest. This measurement is calculated as a percentage of the energy provided by it. Fat provides 9 calories per gram. Its TEF is 0 to 5%. Carbohydrate provides 4 calories per gram. Its TEF is 5 to 10%. Protein provides 4 calories per gram. Its TEF is 20 to 30%. As you can see, protein is the most thermic macronutrient with a TEF of 20 to 30%, while fat is the least thermic nutrient with a TEF of only 0 to 5%. This means that 20 to 30% of the calories you consume when you eat protein are used to digest the protein. That is why it's a good idea to eat a diet high in protein when you're trying to lose weight. Not only does your body burn more calories digesting protein, but protein also helps you feel satiated longer, which helps stave off feelings of hunger. Plus, protein is the macronutrient that's responsible for maintaining and repairing lean muscle mass. This is very important when you're keeping your body in a caloric deficit to shed pounds of body fat, because you want to minimize the amount of lean muscle you lose while you're losing body fat. I recommend replacing foods high in simple carbohydrates with foods that are high in protein. For example, instead of eating sugary breakfast cereal that is high in simple carbohydrates every morning, try eating eggs and bacon for breakfast instead. If you're worried about the high amount of saturated fat in pork bacon, then you could substitute it with turkey bacon, which has half the amount of saturated fat as pork bacon. Or you could eat a couple of slices of whole wheat or multigrain toast with peanut butter spread on them, since peanut butter is high in protein. Just keep in mind that nut butters tend to be high in calories as well. The following foods have a high thermal effect since they are high in protein: lean beef, fish, seafood, poultry, lean pork, eggs, beans. Foods high in protein aren't the only foods with a high thermal effect. The following foods and food items also have a high thermal effect: chili peppers, cottage cheese, legumes, nuts, sweet potatoes, ginger, turmeric, green tea, coffee, cacao, cocoa, apple cider vinegar, MCT oil, cold water. The reason coffee has a high thermal effect is because it contains a lot of caffeine, about 100 milligrams per serving. Some studies have shown that drinking water may briefly boost your metabolism by 24 to 30%, since your body has to expend energy to heat the water to body temperature. This is another reason why I recommend people trying to lose weight drink a full glass of cold water first thing in the morning. I do this every morning on an empty stomach. Not only does the water hydrate your body after fasting for 8 hours while you were sleeping, but it helps to jumpstart your metabolism as soon as you wake up. Now, with all that being said, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you can skip exercise altogether thanks to the calorie-burning effects of thermogenesis. What I am saying is that every little strategy you can implement to burn calories, no matter how big or how small, will help you reach your weight loss goals in the long run. Keep a food diary. Keeping track of the food you eat is an incredibly important part of weight management, but it's something people often avoid doing. In our modern world, food is incredibly cheap, plentiful, and easily available, making over-snacking a common problem. People might not notice they're eating so much because they aren't really paying attention throughout the day. Keeping a food diary is the key to dealing with this problem. A food diary is simply a record of what a person eats every day. What information it exactly contains is up to the person using it, but it's common for calories and nutrients to be labeled next to each individual food that is eaten. Food diaries can be written down physically, or the information can be entered into a food diary app, of which there are many available. The food diary in my fitness app is the one I used to help me achieve my weight loss goal. Food diaries are especially useful for people looking to eat healthier. The reason for this is that people tend to perceive food they view as healthy as also being low calorie by default, which really isn't the case in a lot of instances. They end up eating food with a substantial number of calories under the mistaken belief that because they think it's healthy, it will encourage weight loss. Many foods are marketed as healthy, which encourages people to eat them in large amounts, despite being high in calories and low in nutrients. This issue is known as the health halo effect, and it's when companies market foods, such as raw sugar or oat milk, as being a superior health alternative to other commonly eaten foods. However, the additional nutritional advantage of these foods might be negligible or even non-existent, and can still contain a tremendous number of calories per serving. Food diaries help alleviate this problem by helping you visualize the nutritional and caloric significance of what you're eating, even if it's perceived as being healthy. For instance, you might think putting oat milk in your coffee is better for weight management than cow's milk because it's commonly placed in the health food section of a store. However, when you write down how many calories are actually in oat milk and take the time to read the nutrition label, you'll quickly learn that you just consumed 150 liquid calories of what is essentially just water full of added sugars, carbohydrates, and preservatives. Without realizing exactly what you're eating, you'll end up consuming a lot more than you should, making weight loss much more difficult than it needs to be. Keep a success journal. You may want to keep a success journal also. In your success journal, you'll set small daily goals for yourself and write them down at the beginning of the week. For example, maybe you'll write, "This week, I'll replace a bag of chips with a piece of fruit and a handful of nuts or seeds for my mid-afternoon snack." Or, "This week, I'll wake up 15 minutes earlier each day so I can exercise for an extra 15 minutes. Or, "This week, I'll go to bed an extra 30 minutes early so I can get more sleep and also meditate upon my weight loss goals and think positively and daydream about how awesome I'm going to look in that bikini or pair of designer jeans or tailored suit when I finally achieve my weight loss goal." Or, "This week, I'm going to start taking vitamin supplements and probiotics every morning, either before or after breakfast." At the end of the week, you'll want to look at your success journal and see if you were successful at achieving the goal or goals you set for yourself at the beginning of the week. Keeping a success journal not only helps you plan out your strategy for the week, it helps to keep you motivated to achieve your long-term weight loss goal. Create a reward board. A reward board is a large piece of poster board with photos of why you want to lose weight. The left side of the board should have the title, "Consequences for Continuing," and the title at the top of the right side of the board should read, "Rewards for Rehabilitating," or "Rewards for Changing." Rewards photos are on the right side of the board, but consequences photos are on the left side of the board. For example, maybe you're a woman that cooks out and pastes photos of a bikini and other outfits you want to be able to wear after you lose the weight. Or maybe you post a photo of the Grand Canyon you hope to be in good enough shape to hike someday. Maybe you're a man that cuts out and pastes photos of attractive women you hope to be able to attract and date after you lose the weight and get in shape. Or maybe you paste photos of a 5K run you want to be able to participate in after you achieve your weight loss goal. On the consequences side, you might post photos of a diabetic who has had their leg amputated, or a man with a zipper scar showing where he had triple bypass heart surgery, or photos of a late-stage cancer patient, or photos of a person that is so obese that they're forced to ride a motor scooter because they're unable to walk. If you are already morbidly obese or pre-diabetic, or you suffer from metabolic syndrome and you have young kids, you may want to post photos of your children that you would like to see grow up to become adults, get married, and have children of their own that you would also like to see, but you won't be able to if your life is cut short from heart disease, stroke, diabetes, or cancer because you didn't take drastic steps now to lose weight and change your lifestyle habits. The reward board helps remind you why you're working so hard, exercising, and eating less calories to lose weight. It helps keep your eye on the reward, but it also reminds you of where you're headed if you don't change your eating habits and start exercising regularly and lose the weight. Keep in mind that you don't have to post your rewards photos and consequences photos on a piece of poster board. You may want to post these photos on the refrigerator door to help motivate you not to open the door and start eating junk food. Or maybe you want to post the photos inside your car to help keep you motivated not to stop at the fast food restaurant or donut shop on the way home from work. Look, sometimes it is necessary to get radical and start making drastic changes to your unhealthy lifestyle in order to set yourself on a different path that would improve your health and lengthen your life. Creating a reward board can help keep you reminded of why you are allowing yourself to suffer temporarily in order to reap the long-term rewards later on. Chapter 12, the importance of prebiotics and probiotics. Did you know that it's not just your body that's responsible for nutrient absorption? There's actually an assortment of gut bacteria that are responsible for making sure you extract enough nutrients from the food in your intestinal tract. Thousands of bacteria strains have been linked with improved health outcomes, with a considerable amount garnering some rewarding weight management benefits. In particular, bacteria from the family Lactobacillus have been heavily linked to weight loss. In studies in which people took supplements with the bacteria strain Lactobacillus gasseri, a considerable amount of fat reduction, up to 8.5%, was seen when compared to control groups. Other bacterial strains inhibit the ingestion of calorie-heavy macronutrients, and some turn plant fiber into lipids, also known as fats, that slow the proliferation of glucose in the body. Much of the weight loss reduction caused by good gut bacteria can be explained by how it regulates the extent to which calories are absorbed. Sugars, which can easily be converted into fat storage, are absorbed more slowly, and the absorption of other macronutrients are better managed through the metabolic processes of bacteria. Having a healthy gut microbiome has also been seen to reduce the severity of certain ailments, such as chronic inflammation and irritable bowel syndrome. In individuals who are obese, there's a vastly different bacterial profile than in people who are of a more moderate weight. These differences can be so extreme that it's even possible for gut bacteria to be transplanted from an obese individual to a non-obese individual, and the latter will start to gain weight as a result of this. Given how well illustrated the value of a healthy gut microbiome is, it's important to perform upkeep as much as possible by taking prebiotic and probiotic supplements. Prebiotics are sources of food that bacteria use to break down in order to acquire energy. These food sources are usually complex carbohydrates that exist in the form of plant fibers. Given their molecular complexity, they can't be broken down by normal human digestive processes, giving the bacteria that feed off them a substantial nutritional boost. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of completely unique prebiotic blends out there. So finding the best varieties is a bit of a challenge. Nonetheless, here are 3 options that come highly recommended. 1. Garden of Life Organic Fiber. This probiotic contains a good mix of prebiotic fibers at varying levels of complexity. It consists primarily of the skins of various fruits and is specifically designed to control blood sugar levels that lead to feelings of hunger, making it a potent prebiotic for weight loss purposes. 2. Performance Lab Prebiotic. Another good option. This supplement utilizes a prebiotic called Insulin FOS, which feeds bifidobacterium. Increases in these bacterial strains are associated with improved health outcomes and better weight management. Gutmeister Ultimate Prebiotic. This prebiotic is unique in that not only does it directly feed bacteria that positively impact our health, but it contains bacteriophages that specifically target bacteria that are considered harmful, ultimately promoting a very healthy gut microbiome. While prebiotics can be classified as food for bacteria, probiotics are actually collections of bacteria that, when consumed, grow in the intestines. Many different foods are probiotic in nature and primarily consist of fermented food like yogurt or sauerkraut. However, probiotics can be found in supplement form as well. 3 probiotic supplements I recommend are Dr. Ohhira's Probiotics. This is technically a mix of probiotics and prebiotics and contains 12 different lactic bacterial strains, amounting to over 900 million colony-forming units, which is the base structures for bacterial colony growth. These prebiotics mixed in consist of oligosaccharides, fatty acids, and polyphenols, which dramatically improve bacterial growth. Claire Labs Therabiotic. For those interested in getting a massive probiotic dose, this one is hard to beat. Its 12-strain probiotic blend isn't terribly unique among quality brands, but it does contain a whopping 25 billion colony-forming units and comes with the added benefit of being allergy-free for most people. Innate Probiotic Capsules. For the exceptionally health-conscious consumer, Innate provides a completely glyphosate-free product. It comes with 14 different bacteria strains, including Bifidobacterium bifidum and Lactobacillus rhamnosus. It should be noted that when considering what kind of probiotic to purchase, some bacterial strains require refrigeration, while others do not. The conditions under which bacteria survive, specifically temperature, moisture, and pressure, can be highly specific, so manufacturers have to store their products in certain ways. When purchasing probiotics, make sure to read the storage instructions on the container to see whether they need to be kept refrigerated or not.